بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، الرحمن الرحيم، مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم، صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين.
those academics, experts, and the thought leaders, government leader, business leader, we all debate what is the future innovation in smart learning. So that's what we're coming to see here today. And for me, it's a thrill when we see Pakistan leading, one of the countries leading in this. As a InnoXera, founder, I did found it. We are in 45 countries, and we see all kinds of challenges, in different countries. But the thing we see here in Pakistan is unique. The determination we see from the people to make a real difference in education, adopt the latest technology is unique. I guess together we'll see in this event, some of the latest that the ministry is doing, some of the latest technology at large from the global companies. I cannot wait, that we all get, that we all push together the frontier of innovation in technology in education. Thank you very much. Thanks for the Ministry of Education for supporting this, PTCL, the partner, and all the people who made it possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Madni. And of course, this is something that we will be seeing as part of the conference, and we hope to learn and grow together. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Zarar Hasham Khan, who's Group Chief Business Solutions Officer, PTCL, for his welcoming remarks. Mr. Zarar Sahab, please come on stage.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I remember when we had the first InnoXera event, probably a little over a year ago, and it was at that time, for the first time, I saw what technology can do to really help the education sector in Pakistan. As you know, I personally am not an educationist. My background is technology, and PTCL by itself, we are not an edtech company. We are predominantly a telecommunication and digital services provisioning company. However, I still recall very vividly back in March of 2020 when I got a call from Secretary, Ministry of Information Technology and Telecom, and he said that, Zarar, you have to come tomorrow morning at 10:30 at the Ministry of Federal Education in order to decide how we as a country are going to cope with the closure of schools due to COVID. Before that, our interactions, especially on the delivery side of education, were very limited. That was PTCL's foray into the education and edtech sector, as well as my personal initiation into this journey. During the 4.5 years, we saw a lot of challenges that are beset on this country, especially when it comes to not only the delivery of education, but also so many children who are not even imparted the basic education. And what we saw as a national institution, that the role of telecommunication and technology companies to further the cause of Government of Pakistan, to further the cause of the Ministry of Federal Education, as well as the Provincial Education Department, is paramount. And we started a journey back in 2021, 2022, where we said that let us use our muscles, our capabilities, and our desire in order to have a sustainable, cost-effective, and impactful sort of delivery of solutions within the education sector. While we stand here in August of 2024, there are much to celebrate about, and we will see a bit of it. However, there is still a very, very long way to go. One of the challenges that I have seen, and I talk as an outsider, is that there are so many initiatives that are being done at the federal government level, at the provincial government levels, at the higher education institutes level, at the developmental financing companies level, as well as at other national and international fora. But there was a generic lack of a singular framework and a singular vision and a singular plan to bring in all those stakeholders purely to understand and develop that what technology can do to further the cause of education in Pakistan. We, as the primary sponsor and one of the main forces supporting InnoXera into bringing InnoXera more and more, is it's just not another conference. I think what really needs to be done is that all stakeholders are there, from the developmental finance institutions, provincial governments, federal governments, higher education institutes, policy makers, practitioners. We need to use this event particularly to not only network, but also to develop a framework. And this is extremely important, that we develop a framework so that institutions such as PTCL can act upon it, make the right plans, the right investments, in order to make sure that when we deliver upon our ambition of furthering the education ambitions of Pakistan, we do it in a sustainable and cost-effective manner. I would like to thank all of you to come here again, and I hope you find it productive. And thank you very much, and best of luck to all of us to take it forward. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Zarar Saab. Ladies and gentlemen, whenever we talk about conferences, when we speak about education, learning, growth, there is a lot of discussion, there are a lot of speakers involved, there's a lot of showcasing. And while, of course, all of that is important, so is keeping our spirits alive. And InnoXera does it differently. As the name suggests, we innovate and create the future. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we also have a little show for you based on the theme of EdTech and e-learning. Please enjoy.
सर पार्ट सारे पास हो जाएंगे, मैं पिछली क्लास में ही रहूँगा।
तालीमी मेयार पाकिस्तान में हमेशा से मुख्तलिफ हलकों में एक सवालिया निशान के तौर पे उभरता है। हमने पाकिस्तान में तालीम के अंदर नई जिद्दत लाने की कोशिश की है और उसको दुनिया के जो बेहतरीन मॉडल्स हैं उनसे रेप्लिकेट करने की कोशिश की है और टेक्नोलॉजी को एम्बेड किया है हमने तालीमी सिस्टम में, ताकि बच्चों के लिए तालीम को हासिल करना आसान हो सके।
स्मार्ट लैब जो है ना, हम ज़रा सीखना चाहते हैं कि हम टेक्नोलॉजी को कैसे यूज़ करेंगे, हम मॉडर्न जो हमारी साइंस है हम किस तरह हम इसको यूज़ करके तो हम अपने टॉपिक्स को सीख सकते हैं।
The interventions or innovation जो Ministry of Federal Education Professional Training ला रहा है, that is part of a larger strategy of innovation and digital education brought within schools to improve learning levels, to support teachers, to ensure participation of students.
अब आप इसको देखें कि स्पून जो है वो गर्म हो रहा है, राइट? क्या आपको नजर आ रहा है कि इसके अंदर क्या हो रहा है? जिसमें हमें विजुअलाइज करने में हमें नजर नहीं आ रहा कि इसके अंदर क्या हो रहा है, ठीक है? वही चीज हम इस वीडियो के जरिए समझने की कोशिश करते हैं। हीट, हमने एक कॉर्नर से हीट देना स्टार्ट की तो हीट ट्रांसफर होना शुरू।
We have around 340 smart classrooms in FD institutions where the blended learning mode of teaching and learning is being implemented.
पहले इतनी समझ नहीं आती यानी कि क्लास में, यानी कि डायग्राम्स वगैरह से इतनी समझ नहीं आती थी जितनी आज ना हमें टीवी पे देख के या वीडियोस वगैरह देख के ज़्यादा समझ आई है।
These interventions are not there to say that technology can replace teachers or technology is the solution to education, but that How can technology support teachers and students in the classroom?
स्मार्ट क्लासरूम के हवाले से हमारी 2 ट्रेनिंग्स हुई थी, एक हार्डवेयर की थी और दूसरी सॉफ्टवेयर की थी। तो अब सब टीचर्स के लिए इजीली है, उनके पास एक्सेस है, फिर बच्चे घर जाके उस पर प्रैक्टिस कर सकते हैं। हर बच्चों की अपनी आईडीज बन जाएंगी।
जो हमारे स्मार्ट क्लासरूम्स हैं उन्होंने हमारे टीचर्स को बहुत ज़्यादा एम्पावर किया है कि उनको लेसन प्लान्स नए सिरे से बनाना नहीं पड़ते। टीचर्स के साथ साथ हमने स्टूडेंट्स को भी ट्रेन किया है कि उन्होंने इन सिस्टम्स को कैसे ऑपरेट करना है।
सबसे पहले तो इस टेक्नोलॉजी से डेटा सिस्टम खत्म हो जाता है कि बच्चे बैठ के कॉपीज से देखते नहीं है या छापते नहीं है बैठ।
Teachers are also very well equipped because of the technology, because earlier they just used to look at the book and teach the students, but now they have access to technology.
जी बच्चों, ये हमारे पास असेसमेंट है। आपके पास एक छोटा सा ना आपका टेस्ट है, अपने क्लिकर्स अपने हाथ में ले लें।
On a clicker, all the students in a classroom can respond to a question and the teacher can right then and there know कि उनके learning levels क्या हैं।
4 is a perfect scale of, जरा अपने responses पे दें। अब हम इसको ज़रा देख भी लेते हैं कि हाउ कैन वी असेस। देखें यहाँ पे ई तालीम की इस पोर्टल से या इस टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज़ करते हुए एक टीचर जो है ना वो असेस कर सकता है बच्चों को।
ई तालीम भी हमारा एक बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट फीचर है जिसको हमने इस्लामाबाद में नेशनल लेवल पे इंट्रोड्यूस किया है और जो बच्चे उसको एक्सेस कर रहे हैं फॉर लर्निंग।
In e-Talim portal we have 3 modules. One is for out of school children digital content, and the other is the digital content for in school children and virtual teachers training module.
ये हमारे पास टीचर्स का एक पोर्टल है ई-तालीम। यहाँ पे हमें कोर्सेज शो हो रहे हैं जो कोर्सेज अलॉट किए गए हैं एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की तरफ से। तो यहाँ पर हम ये सारी वीडियोस यहाँ से प्ले कर सकते हैं और इसमें हम हर क्लास में प्रेजेंट जो बच्चे मौजूद हैं उनकी अटेंडेंस लगा सकते हैं। ये इन क्लास एक्टिविटी है। इन क्लास एक्टिविटी पे हम बाय द मीन्स ऑफ क्लिकर हम यहाँ पर एक्टिविटी कंडक्ट करवा सकते हैं। हम यहाँ से खुद से भी क्वेश्चन को ऐड कर सकते हैं और क्वेश्चन को टेम्पलेट से भी ऐड किया जा सकता है।
तो हमने लर्निंग को के लिए मल्टीपल प्लेटफॉर्म्स क्रिएट कर दिए हैं कि मैनुअल तरीके से क्लासरूम नॉर्मल लेक्चर भी हो रहे हैं, वीडियो एडिट भी हो रहा है, ई तालीम पोर्टल भी अवेलेबल है और इसकी ऐप भी आ रही है। तो ये चीज़ें बच्चों के लिए ममद मुआवन होंगी, उनको ऑप्शंस और चॉइसेस दे रही हैं फॉर लर्निंग। इंशाल्लाह ई तालीम आई होप विल बी अ ग्रेट सक्सेस।
Another intervention which is National Institute of Excellence in Teachers Education. Through this program we'll be building the capacity of around 4,000 teachers.
नियत प्रोग्राम जो है बेसिकली ये टीचर्स को वो टूल्स फराहम करेगा जिससे वो बच्चों को इफेक्टिवली कम्युनिकेट कर सके वो कंटेंट जो उनके लिए रिक्वायर्ड है।
तो हमारा जो टैगलाइन है वो उस्ताद से उस्ताद मोहतरम बने। स्पेशली रोट लर्निंग की जो बात होती है ना पाकिस्तानी स्कूलों में रट्टा लगवाते हैं, उसको ख़त्म करना चाह रहे हैं हम इस प्रोग्राम के थ्रू और टीचर्स को नए न्यू मेथड्स 21st सेंचुरी स्किल्स पेडागोजी स्किल्स इसकी तरफ हम ट्रांजिशन कर रहे हैं इस प्रोग्राम के साथ।
और इसमें अब हमारे पार्टनर्स तालीमाबाद और लम्स आ रहे हैं तो द ब्रांड स्पीक्स फॉर इटसेल्फ।
तो सबसे बड़ा जो ब्रेक थ्रू मिनिस्ट्री लेके आई है वो है प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स को ये अलाउ करता है कि वो गवर्नमेंट स्कूलों के अंदर काम करें।
बाकी प्रोग्राम को सपोर्ट करने के लिए हमारा कंट्रोल सेंटर है जिसमें हमारी टीम डेली बेसिस पे टीचर्स की परफॉर्मेंस मॉनिटर कर रही होती है।
यहाँ पर कुछ डिस्प्लेज लगे हुए हैं जिसमें हमारे पास इंफॉर्मेशन अवेलेबल है मुख्तलिफ़ किस्म की। ये हमारे कोचेज़ भी हैं, रीजनल मैनेजर्स मौजूद हैं, डिफरेंट बैक एंड टीम्स मौजूद हैं। जो हमारा कवरेज एरिया किस किस चीज़ को हम कवर करते हैं, किन स्कूल्स को हम कवर करते हैं, वो आप इस स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं। ये सारी हमारी टीम है, ये वीकली इन स्कूल्स में जाती है। सुबह में दिन के आगाज़ में सुबह 8 बजे स्कूल जाते हैं। वहाँ पर स्कूल में जाके ये टीचर्स के साथ उनकी हेल्प करते हैं डिफरेंट टास्क्स के अंदर।
हम लोग नियत की तरफ से आए हैं नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एक्सीलेंस इन टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग। हम दोनों आपकी CPT कोचेस हैं। अब आप लोगों को कोई भी लेसन प्लान या टीचर्स डायरी बनाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। ये मैं नहीं कह रही, ये आपको आपकी FD कह रही है, आपकी मिनिस्ट्री कह रही है। ये उसी का एक इनिशिएटिव है टीचर्स की सपोर्ट के लिए। टीचर्स को लेसन प्लान प्रोवाइड किए जाएंगे।
तो दिस इज़ द ऐप और यहाँ पे इसको ओपन करने के बाद आपके पास ये चीज़ें आ जाती हैं जिसमें टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग आ जाती है, जिसमें आपको ये सारे लेसन प्लान्स मिलते हैं, यहाँ पे आपने कैसे क्लास को कंट्रोल करना है, कैसे बच्चों को एक्टिविटीज़ करवानी है। तो ये लेसन प्लान्स है, यहाँ से लेसन प्लान्स आप लोगों ने अपनी क्लास सेलेक्ट करनी है। यहाँ पे आपको डेज के साथ सारे टॉपिक्स नजर आ रहे हैं, इनको जब आप ओपन करेंगे तो यहाँ पे आपके पास पूरा लेसन प्लान आ जाएगा। गो टू लेसन क्लिक करेंगे, फर्स्ट आपके पास आ जाएगी वीडियो, फिर उसके बाद उनके पास ये पिक्चर्स आ जाएंगी, पिक्चर्स के साथ पूरी डिटेल आएगी। ये सारे क्वेश्चंस भी आपके पास दिए हुए हैं कि आपने क्या क्या क्वेश्चंस उनसे पूछने हैं। लेसन कंप्लीट हो जाएगा इन दी एंड, और बस फिर उसके बाद आपके पास दूसरा लेसन ओपन हो जाएगा।
टीचर जो है ना, उसको कोई सपोर्ट नहीं थी लर्निंग की, तो नए लेसन प्लान बने हैं, उसको डिलीवरी के लिए डिजिटल उसके अपने फ़ोन के ऊपर लेसन मौजूद है। लेसन के दौरान उसको प्रॉम्प्ट्स दिए जाते हैं, लेसन के बाद उसको फीडबैक दिया जाता है। तो ये जो फीडबैक लूप मिसिंग थी क्लासरूम के अंदर, वो वापस आई है।
देखेंगे 50 रूरल स्कूल में IT लैब्स भी स्टैब्लिश हो रही हैं, स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट है, जो कि सोलराइज भी होंगी।
अब हम यहाँ पे अपनी कोई भी डॉक्यूमेंटेशन करनी है, हमने बच्चों के लिए कोई नोट्स बनाने हैं या हमने कोई पेपर बनाना है, तो हम यहाँ पे इजीली वहाँ पे जाके टाइप कर सकते हैं।
हम उसको IT लैब नहीं कहते, हम उसको डिजिटल हब्स कहते हैं, हब्स ऑफ लर्निंग कहते हैं, क्योंकि वो उस हॉल में ना सिर्फ IT लैब होगी, ई लाइब्रेरी की अवेलेबिलिटी भी होगी और स्मार्ट क्लासरूम भी होगी। तो एक पूरा फुल टाइम सोल्यूशन है ऑफ लर्निंग।
इस तरह आजकल का डिजिटल दौर है जिसमें हमें स्मार्ट टीवीज़ हमें चाहिए, LEDs चाहिए होती हैं, हमें स्मार्ट बोर्ड चाहिए होते हैं। तो उसको मद्देनज़र रखते हुए हर टीचर जो है उनको सिखाया जा रहा है कि स्टूडेंट टीचर लर्निंग प्रोसेस है उसको किस तरीके से एनहांस करना है, फास्ट करना है।
We are also establishing 5 IT parks in Islamabad, model colleges in Islamabad.
And these software technology parks will be hosting these students. They can sit, they can work here, they can do a video conferencing on these tables. They'll be having their spaces there, they can put their books, their folders. And on the right side, we also have 2 video conferencing and meeting rooms on the top, where they can join different universities, and this will be a free space for them to start their own initiatives, their own entrepreneurship programs.
And also 16 colleges will be given sufficient equipment, and in collaboration with top-notch universities, we are going to introduce high-impact digital courses for the youth of ICT.
So when you bring in a new intervention to ensure that it's adopted is always a tricky challenge. For that, you need to build consensus, you need to build ownership, you need to sit with teachers and students, learn their needs and see how can these interventions change and address those needs.
इस स्कूल की जो पहले सिचुएशन थी और उसके बाद जो अब सिचुएशन है, हम सब टीचर्स बहुत खुश हैं। इंशाल्लाह हमारा पाकिस्तान जो है नस्ल दर नस्ल इसी तरह बेहतर होता चला जाएगा इंशाल्लाह।
पाकिस्तान में आपको पता है मैल न्यूट्रिशन और स्टंटिंग बहुत ग्रेव प्रॉब्लम है। प्राइम मिनिस्टर का ये डायरेक्टिव था कि मैं अब न्यूट्रिशन पे कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करूंगा, ये हमारी इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को हिट कर रही है।
जो हमारा मील प्रोग्राम है सर, ये अल्लाह वाले ट्रस्ट की तरफ से है। हमने उनकी किचन भी विजिट किए हैं, वेरी नीट एंड क्लीन। उनका स्टीम पर खाना बनता है और स्टीम भी वो लोग खुद बनाते हैं। हमने खुद विजिट करके सारा सेटअप देखा है। अकॉर्डिंग टू अ चॉइस डी, किसी दिन चावल होते हैं, किसी दिन चिकन होता है, किसी दिन मिक्स सब्जी होती है और किसी दिन चने होते हैं, साथ में रोटी वगैरह होती है।
ये कोई टारगेटेड नहीं होगा, 100% सरकारी स्कूल के बच्चों को मिलेगा, 5 डेज अ वीक मिलेगा, 208 डेज अ ईयर मिलेगा। जिससे हम एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि एनरोलमेंट भी बढ़ेगी, BMI भी इंप्रूव होगी, अटेंडेंस भी बढ़ेगी, रिटेंशन भी बढ़ेगी और ड्रॉप आउट भी एलिमिनेट हो जाएगा।
और अमूमन आपने ये अब्रॉड में देखा होगा, के स्कूल प्रोवाइड करते हैं मील अपने स्टूडेंट्स को। तो यहाँ पाकिस्तान में हमारे स्कूल्स भी, हम थैंकफुल हैं अल्लाह वाले ट्रस्ट के कि वो यहाँ पे हमारे स्कूल्स में ये मील प्रोवाइड करते हैं।
Absolute pleasure to be here and witness the launch of the foundational learning policy for the ICTs.
The launching ceremony of the Federal Foundation Learning Policy document, which has been prepared by the ministry and stakeholders with the support of World Bank and FCDO and other partners also, and it was essential to start this launch from Islamabad so that it can give a passage to all the provinces to join it.
So continuous professional development of teachers is crucial because students cannot know better or know more than their teachers. And this foundational learning policy does have provisions for improving teachers' pedagogy skills.
This policy is a really good step forward to make sure that all children reach foundational learning reading skills and numeracy skills by 2030.
Let's start with encouraging parents to ask one simple question at the end of the day. What did you learn in school today? And let the children tell them and share the wonderful experiences from school.
To make this whole activity a 360 degrees exercise. New libraries, attractive libraries, new books, reinvigoration of the school environment, new colors.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course, this is just a glimpse of the work that the ministry has been doing, and of course, the partnerships are very, very important in actually enabling everyone to be better and to making sure that things happen. I've also recently had a chance to interact with Vani Sahab in another capacity, and I've heard a lot about how active he is. And I experienced it firsthand when we offered him a proposal one day, and the message that we got instantly was, my office, 9 a.m. tomorrow. This is the kind of work and dedication that leads to such growth and such achievements. And thank you very much, Vani Sahab, for that, because that is why the ministry is doing well, and that is why we're going in the direction that we are. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in honoring and welcoming our chief guest, the Federal Secretary, Ministry of Federal Education and Professional Training, Mr. Mohyuddin Ahmed Wani, to please come on stage.
Thank you very much for inviting me. You were lucky to be invited at 9 a.m. Today I invited somebody at 7 a.m. So I was on the ground to see students playing in a school in Afton 2 under the supervision of some trainers. And it was good to see that kids, they come at 6 a.m. and they are physically involved, because healthy mind is linked with healthy body. So technology is again an enabler. And the whole ecosystem of our school and college education has to be now plugged into technology. And the reason being that now education, edtech world, it's changing every 6 months. Things are changing. So you have to understand that change. You have to link yourself with technology, innovation. And this whole thing opened up for wrong reason or right reason in COVID. Prior to this, these things were existing in the digital ecosystem, but there was a fear factor, uncertainty in the educational world, how to use it, and they were more relying on the manual education system. But now everybody has realized the teacher cannot be substituted, but his role or his or her role has to be transformed into an enabler, into a mentor, protecting that system and regulating that system. And technology is again a tool of self-help also for the students and the teachers to learn, to unlearn, and to develop themselves. And it has all, it's not open-ended, it has all the regulatory tools available to prevent kids from unwarranted material. And somebody told me that now we should call the Ministry of Education as the Ministry of Future, because we have to invest in the future of these students. And innovation is all about future. And this future may be after a year, after 2 years. We have no idea that what things will unravel in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, unless we have the control over technology-led education. And the role of PTCL as a partner with the Ministry of Education has been very exemplary and very encouraging for us. And then InnoXera all partnered together. And it's not either or. We have to engage everybody. Everybody has certain set of skills and technology tools which will be helpful for students in Pakistan and abroad. So it's a regional best practice in form of a product of InnoXera, which has been customized for Pakistan. And we are extremely happy to see this EdTech Summit happening, and we will be learning from different panel discussions, and I expect this whole experiment will be extended to all of Pakistan, because 26 million children who are out of school, they can't be brought back by just one management solution. It has to be blended with some technology enabler that will bring back those schools. So you have to adopt every tool, and technology has to be number one. Again, thank you very much, Team PTCL and InnoXera, for inviting me. It's a wonderful event. I hope you are not bored by a documentary, but the thing is you have to showcase the glamour in education. If good things are happening, people must, because there is a lot of pessimism and negativity in the society, but we have to encourage for the sake of these kids who are studying in the public sector and the private sector, so that their parents should know, they understand that there is something good in the pipeline for them. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vani Saab, for those words and, of course, the encouragement that you give us all. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for a very special performance on EdTech and e-learning, and this is, of course, something that is part of InnoXera and is here to bring you the spirit of e-learning and education that we all need to inculcate in our programs, our schools, and our teaching methods as well. So please enjoy.
Education. A powerful potential capable of making the change. Gathering the knowledge and the experience of the past. The technology of the future. The power beyond knowledge and education. This is where science meets fun. Where knowledge is a journey. Where innovation is a playground. Where the past and the future find a common ground. Where the new era of edutech begins. An era that falls beyond the screens. This is where InnoXera 2024 takes place. InnoXera 2024 Beyond the Screens.
An absolute fantastic performance. I did not get my morning coffee today, but that helped. Ladies and gentlemen, the EdTech and e-learning that we all talk about as part of InnoXera will not be complete if we don't talk about the future and what we aim to achieve and how we aim to achieve that. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is called The Future is Here. It is only today that we can act for our future. And this session will inspire everyone with the latest innovations and technologies and let you know about the growth that is indeed possible. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the very commitment that we need from all of our stakeholders present here today to make it possible and making sure that Pakistan is also a key player in the digital future. Ladies and gentlemen, please give me a warm welcome to invite on stage the founder and CEO of InnoXera, Engineer Mohammed Al-Madani, to please come forward and be part of this session and then also announce the following speakers. Madani Saab, please.
Okay, again, welcome everyone. We're excited, to see, the momentum in the hall. We'd love to take, the time now to go from some of the, general speeches into envisioning technology and envisioning some of the future innovation in technology itself. We have to envision together, and see some of these futuristic technology. Today we're going to hear from many different, leaders in the industry, global companies, actually local, amazing companies in Pakistan as well. So in this session, we're going to present together, some of the latest technology that we're going to see when it comes to AI, augmented reality, and a lot more. So let's see, not just from InnoXera and from the partners, some of these new technology and how we could see, the future students in this, not coming years, let's say in this, academic year itself. So with that, we're going to see also from our partners, as well. So before we go to the technology side, maybe bring some of the, people in the hall up to speed about, InnoXera, the main sponsor of the event, so that you can have a little bit context. Then let's go and discover some of the new technologies as well. So in the meantime, first of all, with the experience that we're going to see, yes. It was very hard to be, attached to the podium. So in this speech, you want to be, free across, the stage. So basically, the experience that we're going to see, of course, from all the things that we have learned, InnoXera is working in over 45 countries around the world. And all the, this gave us the experience to know some of the latest technologies. We started, yes, from, Silicon Valley in California, but from founders from the region. And that's what makes us proud that, people from the region here can, do some global stuff. So we started, yes, there. We learned from Silicon Valley. And now it is the biggest company focusing in emerging market when it comes to e-learning and edtech. And that's why it is the biggest company of edtech in the region and beyond. In 45 countries, a lot of experiences that we share between the different ministries. Many of the ministries are using InnoXera nationwide for the whole country. And of course, Pakistan is the federal ministry is using it right now. And that's why, we have, as you said, many, and this is some of the latest just in the last year. More than 15 countries use this nationwide for the whole country. And some of the latest, the Ministry of Pakistan, Tunisia, Oman, and Thailand, and this is just last year alone. And Oman was actually a big project that we got the transformation of the whole country after a big process. So some of the latest thing, of course, all the ISO certification, some of the latest, biggest award in the industry. Like, the latest last year is EdTechX, the BIT, the Microsoft Partner of the Year, the HP, and all of these recognition around the world. is just, you know, to show you that hopefully there's a big experience behind what is happening. And of course, in InnoXera, we're proud to be among the founders of this big summit in the world. And as I said, you know, the second globally in Azure in the marketplace globally with Microsoft. That shows something. I'm just trying to get very quickly through some of these things so that we can see the technology together. And HP, the global company, they have their e-learning system called HP Class Easy, is you know, fully powered by Classera. So this is some of the, you know, big things. And Classera, of course, doesn't even work for the education sector only. We work into what we call lifelong learning, like from K to gray. Like basically what we do from kindergarten until you have a gray hair. And you can see in the education, it is Ministry of Education, K-12 universities, in the training, corporate corporate training, government training, and training institution. And the formula that we have been always following, that's maybe worth focusing on. We thought from the beginning, you know, the technology is not, of course, a goal by itself. It's a mean to an end. What do we want to innovate? We want to change the learning experience. You know, that's what we think is different. Students are getting away from schools, getting away from education. We want them to be closer. Now, you go to any kid, anyone in learning, he's busy with his tablet. You fight with him. Give me the tablet, he'd steal it from you. How can we bring him back to education? We said, if we change the learning experience, that would bring them. But we said, well, learning experience is a fuzzy word. How can you measure that? It's learning experience. We say, well, there's many ways, but the biggest one is engagement. If they have higher engagement, mean they're enjoying the learning experience. So that's what we have been focusing on. That's the equation that we want, you know, better learning engagement, better learning experience by better engagement. And we thought how to get there. If we get a platform, that's when we started. If we get a platform that is both inspiring, personalized, and collaborative, maybe you can get to that level. Again, how to do these elements. So we thought from the beginning, let's make the platform inspiring using gamification. Make it like a big game for those you know, learner. And let's have personalization using AI. And that's before the hub of ChatGPT and all of that. We started Classera in 2012, by the way. So it can show you how can you use the AI to give a very personalized, you know, because each student is different. Sometimes we deal with those students as if they are in the assembly line. They are all born in 1996 or, you know, 2005 or whatever. So they get the same thing, the same treatment. It's different. Everyone is different. So, and the teacher cannot cope with all these differences with the, you know, AI. The good use of AI, of course, you can help the teacher because you cannot, as the minister said, we cannot replace the teacher, but we can enable him to do a lot more. So using AI can help a lot in that. Collaboration, you know, if we use that, we use the art of social learning. How you can make it a competition between the student, a positive competition. How can they, you know, be eager to help each other? So we have these scores for the entire group where they can, as a group, want to teach each other, help each other so that they can get to a common goal. And all of that, by the way, have been applied throughout the years. And that's what got, you know, all these Classera, all these awards, you know, around the globe that you saw on the screen. But now what we're trying to give to ministries of education around the world and how we are changing education is what we call the LSP, a new concept in EdTech, which we call the Learning Super Platform. So it's not about learning management solution or just, you know, experience. We want to give a very full experience. And that was, you know, by having, you know, in this LXPs, first of all, which is the LMS itself, as you know, and the LSP. In the back office, you have the ERP. So the LMS, by the way, have the Classera Premium and LeadZera also for the training, because we have the training sector, as I said, training sector when it comes to corporate and government. So all this is the LXPs. Then we have the back office, and we actually have acquired the biggest company that in the region that focus in ERP for education training sector. So now we covered also the back office of those training education institution, and to help also the education institution, we have the marketplace and the payment gateway, EduMalls and CPay, which help the ministry to get access to the top edutech companies around the world, integrated with the platform of the ministry itself, so that they can utilize whether themselves they can or enable the parents to buy any additional, things that edutech technologies, content, and creative companies in math, in physics, in whatever. It's at the fingertip of the students in each of those countries like Pakistan. And CPay is a payment gateway online to help facilitate payment online, whether that in private school like in the tuition fees, or in public schools like, if there is any activities that need to be paid, it could be with ease, like electronically. And extended power, of course, at the heart of it is InnoXera, is our AI engine, and we're going to talk more about it today. So the AI engine enable, the teacher and the learner to do a lot more. So our AI engine is called InnoXera. We want to take it to the next level. And we're going to also discover today some of the things in the LSP, the seriality, because we think the student, the teacher, what is now futuristic, you would want to ask me with all of her experience in over 40 countries, what is the future of education? You're going to see more of AI and augmented virtual reality applied in education. So that's where the future is heading. And the Inspire program is where we inspire the kid using gamification, and the persona is how we can analyze their personality from early age and help them to get a tailored experience to those in the education sector, using some of the information we got about the student, give him a personalized learning experience. And about the gamification, we'll give you one example of what is happening right now. So in order to, remember we said inspiration using gamification. I'm going to give you one example before we move from here. We said, well, the old traditional system of, just giving the top student a trophy or an award doesn't cut it to motivate everyone. I would even take it further. If you want to give, if I bring, at the heart of the school, a Lamborghini, and say, the best student going to get this Lamborghini, do you think that will motivate every single student in the school, or only the top students? If we say this is the Lamborghini there, practically speaking, really all of them going to be motivated, or only the top students? Mostly, ideally you would think maybe all, but practically only the top students. You know why? Because they say, well, I don't have a chance. It is those top people, those top 10, 20 students. It is between them. I don't have a chance, so why should I work for it? So gamification is, in a way, you want to motivate everyone, because just one top prize for the top 1 or top 10 doesn't work. And so that's how we did the gamification. We said, well, every student get a score based on their academic performance, and every teacher as well. And we classify them at the end of each quarter into green, gold, diamond, based on the academic performance. How many activities they done, what is their, assignments and grades. We don't want the grade to be the only factor, but how active he is, how responsive he is. Even if he does his assignment early versus if he do it late, he get more point. So with that, guess what? We enable we have the powerful recognition, so we get to see the top students or learner, if this is a training, in the actual institution or in the city or in the country. And guess what? It's not just recognition. We brought the private sector, so thousands of companies are there to reward him for the work he's done. So some of the big theme park, restaurant. So one of the biggest theme park in the region, if you're green, they give you 10% discount as a reward. If you are gold, 50% discount. If you're diamond, come for free. And you might think this is just, an idea that we're fantasizing about. This idea that I'm just talking about, is the Inspire program, is being applied in the Ministry of Education as we speak right now. So this is really, what we're seeing. We start seeing students actually going to the teacher, say, can you please give me another assignments? I have that many points to be a gold member. Can you give me another homework in physics? I just want to go to the next level. So we're gamifying the process and making it a lot more inspiring in government schools. And imagine, the game is solving another, math or physics equation. And all of that under this one umbrella, as I said, Learning Super Platform. So, there's many initiatives that we're doing around the world. The Smarter Learning Initiative, where we're helping many countries in their digital transformation, as you said, 15 and beyond. And we let's take a small video about, the e-Talim the project of the Ministry of
Education is a
Pakistan.
key pillar of Pakistan's vision for the future. With over 50 million students and more than 300,000 educational institutions, Pakistan strives to provide accessible education at all levels. The government and community are collaborating to empower all learners by bridging the gap between technology and educational needs. This is where eTaleem steps in, a groundbreaking initiative powered by InnoXera, a global leader in education technology, in partnership with HP Classisi Technologies and PTCL, supporting Ministry of Federal Education and Professional Training's vision of high standard education for all. eTaleem was created as a solution to overcome educational barriers, from limited access to schools and resources, to provide remote learning, ensure nationwide access, allow parents to track students' progress, empower teachers with professional training and digital tools, help to elevate the overall standard of education in the country, and accelerate Pakistan's digital transformation. eTaleem is a platform delivering free educational content, serving a diverse group of learners, including out-of-school children, in-school children, and in-service teachers. eTaleem provides an extensive range of tools designed to advance educational digital transformation. eTaleem, backed by InnoXera and HP CSE Technologies, is democratizing access to quality education and empowering children with digital tools, revolutionizing Pakistan's educational landscape and paving the way for a brighter future. Inspired by eTaleem's journey, InnoXera aims higher. Join us in creating a world where quality education knows no boundaries.
Okay, so that's, for some of the glimpses behind the scene about the technology of, InnoXera. Let's talk about some of the latest technology we're going to see in Vision together. Beside the achievement, let's see and discover some of these latest technology that we're going to see in InnoXera 15 in the stage together. So we're going to use InnoXera today to launch some of these new features that are going to be applied by millions of students in this coming academic year and millions of learners in the training sector as well. So first of all, a more personalized experience. And you can see here, that the actual interface is much more enhanced to get to the tailored to the needs of the student, to make it, we always believe the user experience is at the heart of success in any platform. So now, no matter how many technologies you can get, no matter how advanced technology is, if you don't have the right user experience to make it super easy from, in average 1 to 3 clicks where you can reach to where you want in the platform, you can't get there. And that's, you can see everything categorized, people familiar, all the, the things can be expanded, in the main things. You can customize your own screen so that you can get closer and faster to your things. Each student, a journey could be different, and that's why it is highly customizable from the, the score all the way to the courses, all the way to the top notifications, that he can see. Another, innovation that we're gonna see this year is the new version of mobile app, the InnoXera 15 mobile app, which is completely new, completely revamped. You can see here, everything is recategorized again, so that, each thing could be, from 2 to 3 clicks away. Of course, 1 to no more than 3 clicks. That's what we aim to have. You can see, all the calendar that you can see in a very easy way, all your notification, or your calendar, summarized in a very nice way. Again, our UI UX team work around the year to have a very easy, nice and easy experience to all those learners around the world, and that's what we want, to emphasize in this coming new version. But again, let's talk about more of the, the innovative stuff that we're gonna see together. And I will take only maybe 2 examples and let the rest of the team take you through some of the deeper example in the InnoXera 15. So, the AI engine, since we launched it, have just only a year, our new AI engine, 16 million video recommended, more than 212 million word processed by InnoXera and chatbot, and 2 million video minute was transcribed, and this is just in 1 year. So let's see, some of the first innovation that we're going to see in the coming year, and what you to envision you're back at your school or training institution and see what you're going to see. So first, the hands-free with InnoXera. Let's try to.
Hello, I'm InnoXera.
How can I help you today?
How can I help you?
So it's going to ask you, and you must, want to say, what can I, you can just ask.
I can do many things. For example,
appointments. What can I do today? And so it can give you, what is your appointment, the weekly plan. I want you just to envision. I want to reserve an appointment, so it
Tell
will
me
tell
the
you.
student's name and which group.
You want
teachers,
which category?
advisors.
So you will talk with the system basically, and say, I
Choose
want
from the
teacher, for
available
example.
Time slots: 10:30 a.m., 11:30 a.m., 12:30 p.m.
Then I will tell her a slot, and it will 10:30, for example.
Sure. Here is your appointment.
So-
Confirm appointment.
So as you can see,
Your appointment has been confirmed.
in front of you, a complete assignment could be, an appointment could be done, or any activities could be done just in front of you with hand-free. You don't have to do anything but speak to the system. Hi, InnoXera. I want to do this. I want to do that. Give me that. I want to meet that teacher at that time. I want to meet that teacher at that time. How about you? What time you want? Do you want to meet a teacher? Or are you a student? Are you a parent? Are you this? So many of these scenarios now, we're programmed many parts of the system where you don't have to use your hand even. You just can talk with it, and it will guide you through it and take you to your results and your destination. Whether you're a parent or a student or a teacher, it will do that for you. Let's take one last example before we jump to some of the other things. Let's take the exam preparation. Exam preparation with InnoXera could be a very, very different experience. And so let's try to imagine how is that right now. So let's assume that, you can see the new innovation that we're going to have, new adaptive exam, not just, a normal exam that could be done online. You can say, please do an exam. And I want it to be used using the books in the database or the videos in the database. And you can tell it, how many questions you want, how hard is the question. It will ask you all these things, and the system will, try to prepare a full, exam, just based on the things that you just said to it. I want, to create an exam. I want it to be adaptive exam. I want it to use my own question bank or the library or the question bank of the school itself. And guess what? The system will say, okay, you want to create an exam in math from your question bank with hardness level, 8 out of 10, and you want it to be multiple choice, and true and false. You can get to choose. And the system can use not just the question bank, could use even your books. You say, I want the book, as you see in the demo here, I want to use the book from page this to page that to create an exam for me. Just go and search from page 18 to 29 and create an exam for me, 5 question, multiple choice. I want it to be adaptive. So the system, you can just say it, the system will do it for you. And this is what we can see in InnoXera. So let's, before we jump, go and watch together, a video that can summarize some of the innovation we're going to see in InnoXera 15 before we go and hear from the rest of the team. Chill and get excited about some of the future innovation that, our learner around the world and in Pakistan going to enjoy.
I hope you like that. And that's some glimpses of what we're going to see in InnoXera 15 and some of the new technologies that are going to excite learners around the world. And here in Pakistan, they're going to have access to these technologies and much more. To take a deeper glimpse of this technology, a deeper feel, let's, I am excited to invite to the stage my partner and CTO, Mr. Muhammad Al-Ashmawi, to take us through some glimpses, deeper glimpses of what is yet to come in InnoXera 15. Mr. Muhammad?
Oops.
Oh, technology could sometimes fail you.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I think I don't need this. I need this only. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It feels really great to be in front of you today for the second time in Islamabad, the capital of Pakistan, the great country that we had the pleasure of being here for the second time, announcing great initiatives to support the education sector. And I leave this aside. We'll have more excitement with the VR at the end of this talk, inshallah ta'ala. In the last few days, the last 4 days, we spent time exploring the country, going up to some of the mountains in Pakistan. And I noticed some schools really hard to reach on top of the mountains. Some students coming out of these schools, some students going to the mosque, studying Quran and other stuff on the top of the mountains in some very rural areas. And it feels really great to be part of contributing to the education of this country, the in-school students, and the most exciting for me is the out-of-school students as well. So we are here today to announce some of the great stuff, great initiatives, great technologies that we are implementing in this country to take education into the second level. First of all, you might have noticed the QR codes that is on that side screen. Anyone tried? Okay, great. So if you open that QR code, what you're going to see is actually part of our AI innovations as well. So every talk and every speech that you are hearing in this event is being automatically transcoded by our AI agent, and immediately it creates an AI-generated questions out of the speaker's talk, and will push these questions to you on that QR code. So when you open the QR code, you'll see some questions out of my talk, out of Muhammad's talk, out of Mr. Zarar's talks and others, and you will be able to answer some of these questions. And at the end, the winners, we will show them on the screen from time to time. It's a competition throughout the whole event. At the end, the winners will get some gifts and prizes as well. So please contribute with us and scan the QR code and start exploring. Okay, so continuing to what Muhammad Al-Madani has just shared with us today, the great innovations in InnoXera. Continuing to that, let me take you on some of the other AI technologies that we are adding to the classroom and, of course, the online learning outside the classroom as well. So inside the classroom, one of the great tools that we have implemented and we're launching with version 15 is the automated attention tracking by AI. We know that one of the key pillars in learning anything is the focus. If you are focusing with the trainer, with the educator, with the teacher, you will be able to grasp as much knowledge as possible. But it's very hard to measure this focus and attention. So we developed an AI tool that the teachers can use inside the classroom, and it monitors the student faces. It monitors even the eye movement and makes sure that the attention level of the student doesn't fall below a certain limit. If it does, it will warn the teacher, oh, you are losing the attention in your classroom. Try to give some practical example, for example. Or try to do something different. If you are reading a book for the students, they might feel bored and they lose the attention. So it will try to guide you, and it will give you immediately some analytics and deeper details about the classroom attention overall the whole class so that you can review it later and improve your next class. It also works with online classes. So even if the students are remote and are joining you through Teams or Zoom or other online tools, it also can monitor the attention remotely without them sharing the cam on the same classroom. It's not necessary. It will just give you the monitoring report and analytics. So in our AI technologies, we use some core technologies such as, of course, the large language models like GPT, Llama, and others, retrieval augmented generation, vector databases, embedding model sentence transformer, prompt engineering, speech recognition, optical character recognition, even for the text box and others, semantic search, and so many other technologies. So we are trying to bring the latest technologies in AI that you already have experienced, whether you know or you don't know, but you have experience in other apps like social media apps and others. We are bringing these technologies, putting them together to support and enhance the education journey. One more example is the SmartMate, the learning enhancement support. So learning enhancement support, we all know that the exam is not the only measurement for the student performance. And we don't want the students to just fear from learning because they are learning to take an exam. We want it a continuous process. So as a teacher, you can just put the learning outcomes, put some exercises throughout the whole year. And what our AI SmartMate learning enhancement support will do is that it will assess the student with these exercises. And it will try to figure out the weakness points and the strength points for each student. And automatically, from there, it will direct the student to what he needs to do, what he needs to learn to move to the next level, what he needs to do to master a certain topic. And will suggest, for example, some content, some more deeper exercises, and so on. C-Connect is one of the latest products that we are launching, which is one of the services that will be integrated with InnoXera 15, the version 15, which is gathering everything that you need to do with the communication. So it's like a social network, like a closed educational social network within each school, within each classroom, within the country, connecting all the schools together. So it's a social educational platform with the chat, discussion forums, timeline, public profiles. You can follow someone in another school, follow another teacher, learn from them, and so on. So that's a brief about C-Connect. And C-Insights is a very powerful tool that we are launching this year with InnoXera version 15 that gives deeper analytics and insights about the education in general. Whatever is happening inside the education, inside InnoXera, we have huge data being transferred and saved every day in our databases, like billions of records, literally, every day. Now we are giving the power for our users to be able to analyze these data and get insights. For example, one of the key insights that we figured out after studying the data in InnoXera 4 years, that, for example, and that's a very exciting insight, that students who spend 30 minutes or more daily on InnoXera, they score 47.3% higher in exams. And that's a great insight on the impact of how these tools are supporting and helping our students in their learning journey. So many analytics, so many tools, you can dig deeper into that. So it's on all levels. So the ministry level can see analytics and data across the whole ministry. For a school level, for a classroom level, the teacher can see analytics on his classroom and so on. Okay, one more example is the interactive lesson creation. One of the biggest challenges for teachers working with the online educational tools is that preparing the material in the best way that the students love to consume online is not that easy. So the micro-learning strategies, for example, and providing shorter videos, smaller learning pills for the students to be easily digested and understood by the students, to make the lecture interactive, not just a boring one-hour video that the students would probably lose attention while watching it. So how to do that with the support of AI? What we have developed here with InnoXera interactive course generator. So what you do as a teacher, you upload a material. Let's say you upload a 1-hour video. You are a master in mathematics, and you recorded a full hour about integration by parts, for example. And you uploaded that material to Classera. We don't show it to the students as an hour video. What we do, we automatically do full transcription by InnoXera, so the AI will do that for you. It will extract the questions immediately. It will embed these questions inside the video, as you see, and it works on Urdu as well. So that's an example in Urdu. So it will embed the questions inside the video, so the students will stop every 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and get a question. And they answer that question. If the answer right, you will be able to continue your video. If the answer wrong, they will be back to the point where you explain, so they can review the information again and get another question. The video itself is being divided into certain topics, so it will automatically extract the main topics and highlights in your video and put that on the side for the students so that they can easily navigate between these topics. And it will also generate voice note summaries. So if the student wants to review the 1-hour lecture in 2 minutes or 3 minutes, he can listen to a voice note summary to your lecture, or read the study notes, or much, much more just by using AI. So we are freeing the teacher time. If the teacher wants to do that manually, it will take from him 2-3 hours just for one lecture at least. Now it's literally in no time, 0 time from the teacher. You just need to upload your video, and that's it. Okay, and here it comes to the most exciting, because the whole session, the whole day is exciting. But for me, this is one of the most exciting parts of today's demos and product launches, which is the new version of Seriality. Seriality, for those who are seeing or getting introduced to Seriality for the first time, so Seriality is an application available on App Store, Google Play, that enables teachers and the students to create interactive, augmented reality and virtual reality experiences and share them with each other. We don't provide like ready content that you just consume. No, we give you the leverage to use your own creativity to create games, challenges, exercises, exams, homework, using augmented reality technology and virtual reality technology in a very easy to use app. And what is even more exciting in this, we'll see it together in this video. So in Seriality version 4, we are introducing new types of challenges. As you will see in the dashboard now, the students and the teachers will have a library of 3D objects that they can pick and choose between these 3D objects and add to their scenes. And we have also added the behavior system. So the behavior system is enabling the teachers, if you can reduce the sound a little bit. So the behavior system allows you to build an interaction. Like if you interact with this object, something would happen. If you put this part on that part, a machine will work, and so on. So you can even engage with the 3D objects. And not only that, we have also the matching stuff, so you can have a matching exam in your exams with a very easy to use tools and interactive gamified way. You can import your own 3D models if you didn't find a 3D model. So here's the web portal. You can see the 3D objects, play with them, upload your own. And what we have added also, what if you didn't find the 3D object? With the integration between InnoXera and Seriality, now you can ask InnoXera, generate a human skeleton for me. It will be generated on the fly, even if it is not in your library, in 3D. I can ask add a horse or add the digestive system, it will be added, and so on. So you can generate even the 3D objects now on the fly, or can you upload an image and it transforms that image into 3D object, and it's now available on Google Play and App Store. Hope you like that. Now let's do one live example of seriality, and the latest also in seriality version 4 that we have developed a custom app for seriality on Apple Vision Pro. Probably many of you have seen the Apple Vision Pro in some ads. Apple had made great announcement, and it's really getting the mixed reality to a new level. So let's do a live example. Okay. So I'm just now connecting so that you can see whatever I'm seeing here. Okay. Okay, here we are. So, amazing. So you now see what I'm seeing in my Vision Pro. Can you see that menu of 3D objects? Great. So let me add some 3D objects on this stage. And let me pick up this machine. Can you see it? Probably with the lights. Can you see the green machine? And it's now functioning. I can get closer, can get even inside and see how it does function exactly, how it works, how these parts are working together. I can move it, I can take it around, can play with it, and I will leave it here on the stage. And I'll go and add another object here. So imagine I'm in the science course. I want to explore some stuff here. I'll leave this virus out there. And I'll add the heart. Can you see the heart? Can you see it? Great. So I can get closer, can put it here, can explore how it does function, can hold it in my hand, rotate it around, see all the parts, and I can play with some machines. So here's a machine. Can you see the parts? Okay, great. I can now start playing with that and take a certain part from this machine. Be careful, it's hitting you. And another part, and start fixing that. Take the parts one after the other and check what is happening inside this machine, and then putting the parts back and exploring it. I can ask the students to build the machine or to fix the parts together and then make the machine operational as the one we have, the engine that we are seeing here. You can take this part again, leave it on the stage. You can also add some parts here. So you can search, let's say, I'm writing on the keyboard now, as you can see, add skull. Did you see the skull? Do you see it? Is it clear? I don't hear you. So the skull is here. So I can ask even InnoXera to add new 3D objects that are not there in the library for me. I can even ask by voice, add a cat, and so on. So you can just work with that, as you can see, in a very interactive way. You can imagine the unlimited opportunities that you can generate and create with seriality. You can imagine, I can ask the students, for example, to go for the early stage students. I have like a set of animals and I ask them to gather all the birds in one basket. And if they do so, they get the score. And this is all integrated with InnoXera, so they get the score inside InnoXera, they will get it in their grade report. So imagine an exam or a homework coming to your student, to your kid, at home with this experience that he can enjoy learning in a whole new level. Thank you so much. This is InnoXera, and this is seriality and the new innovations in InnoXera. And with that, I would love to, I don't see Muhammad Al-Madini here. This is the end of my presentation, and I would love to introduce our partner, our great partner, PTCL, that was founded in 1947. So it's as old as the Republic of Pakistan itself, and has been improving the information accessibility and dissemination in the education landscape in Pakistan since they started. So please, I will have a short video about PTCL, and then we will all welcome together Mr. Zarar Khan, the Chief Business Solutions Officer in PTCL. So we'll start with the video, and then we'll welcome together Mr. Zarar Khan. Please.
They say the future belongs to those who believe in the power of their ideas. In Pakistan, millions of young minds are brimming with ideas. They dream of a brighter future, but without the right tools, those dreams can feel out of reach. The government of Pakistan has declared a nationwide education emergency. As Pakistan's national carrier, PTCL has created a separate vertical for education to play a focused role in helping students learn and come at par with students across the world by providing access to technology that transforms the way we think, learn, and apply knowledge. We at PTCL believe that access to quality education is a right, not a privilege. PTCL Flash Fiber provides blazing fast speeds, making it ideal for universities and educational institutions that require reliable and fast internet connectivity. We have provided connectivity to over 200 universities through the Higher Education Commission, including colleges and schools in both the public and private sectors, all the way from Balochistan to Gilgit-Baltistan. We pride ourselves in not just building connections, we are the connectors. Our journey is not solitary. We are joined by the unwavering support of our partners, including the visionary Ministry of Federal Education and Professional Training.
PTCL has been a great partner with Ministry of Federal Education and Professional Training. They have been allied with us in promoting the e-Talim platform and also establishment of smart schools in Islamabad, Gilgit-Baltistan, and Azad Kashmir.
Together, we are leveraging boundless potential of EdTech, from state-of-the-art learning management systems to robust cloud services that prioritize data privacy and security, from innovative examination, attendance, and monitoring solutions to campus-wide connectivity. Our portfolio seamlessly connects and empowers students, teachers, and parents across Pakistan. Leveraging cutting-edge AI and state-of-the-art technological solutions, PTCL's teaching and learning platforms, developed in collaboration with our world-class partner, InnoXera, empower both educators and students as they are equipped with the knowledge and confidence to become effective participants in the digital learning revolution. And now, with our most recent flagship project, eTalim, we are going a step further.
eTalim is basically an app where you can search on any topic and learn from it. And the best part is that on eTalim, you can search on any time and learn. So like you can study at night, you can study in 5 o'clock in the morning.
EdTech initiative eTalim revolutionizes how schools deliver curriculum, assess students, and monitor progress with personalized lessons based on students' strengths and weaknesses. It fosters a deeper understanding as students take ownership of their learning thanks to the self-paced curriculum. Schools across Pakistan, especially in remote areas like Gilgit-Baltistan and Azad Jammu and Kashmir, further benefit from our real-time analytics and dashboards. Even with fragile connectivity, our offline mode ensures no student is left behind. We are also empowering teachers on both fronts, providing them with engaging virtual classrooms that foster interactive learning and facilitating professional development programs.
PTCL eTalim is something which is really need of the hour. Transformation of classroom instruction from conventional method to the modern one. The students and the teachers are finding it very interactive and interesting. There is provision for assessment as well, and it's a great step towards improving the quality of education in the country. And we are really hopeful to get the desired results from it.
PTCL isn't just transforming education. We are redefining what's possible, where every child, empowered with knowledge and inspired by dedicated teachers, becomes a limitless possibility. This is the PTCL promise. This is the future we are building together. PTCL, empowering tomorrow's innovators.
Thank you very much. Before I start my presentation, I just want to tell you one thing while you saw the InnoXera presentations. When we started to work on the eTalim product, we just wanted to make sure that it is not a static product. So what we have done is that we are working on a SaaS mode with the government of Pakistan. So all of the new innovations that you have seen, they are going to be available to the students of the Federal Directorate of Education, Gilgit-Baltistan and Azad Kashmir. And I think before I delve into details, so there were 2-3 things that were important. When we started on this journey, we saw that, investment in education and investment in technology in education was happening. It was happening for many, many years. But there were 2 problems in that investment. The first one was that when you start to see the impact of the investment beyond marketing, you launch something in events such as these, log aate hain, taliyan bajate hain, khana khate hain. But if you see 1 year afterwards, ke saal ke baad kya hua? Saal ke baad jo investment ki thi, what was the return? We found out that the impact of those investments was lacking. पैसे तो लग जाते थे, चाहे गवर्नमेंट के हों या वर्ल्ड बैंक के हों, but उसके return के अंदर we were not seeing the results. So first thing that was with us was कि we have to make sure कि जो भी चीज़ हो उसका sustainable impact आए, ये ना हो कि 2 साल के बाद जो है वो लोग भूल जाए. This was our focus number 1. Our focus number 2 was cost. हम ये देख रहे थे कि when we were working with the government of Pakistan, and this was the initiative of the Prime Minister, we saw that Pakistan is not a country with limitless resources. We are not even a country with limited resources. I think जब आप education sector को देखते हैं, and when you look at the GDP spent on education sector, you realize that it is abysmally small. Whereas the challenge, whether it is the out-of-school children or even the quality of learning of the in-school children, so the challenge was large. So we wanted to see here what is going to be the model in which we can absolutely reduce the cost of developing new technologies. We had 2 options. Number 1, develop it in-house. That would mean that we spend the money to build something ground up. And I think in the past, this is what has happened. There used to be tenders. Tender ke response mein there were software houses, either in the edtech sector or general software houses, and they will start to build something from the ground up. That was not international scale. We couldn't do this thing in which we say, yaar, what we are using in Pakistan is amongst the best in the world, while it is meeting the cost challenges that the Pakistani environment has. So ये दो चीजें थी हमारे पास जिसके ऊपर आई थी, एक वो काम करने which is the best in the world, long term हो, साल के बाद खत्म ना हो जाए, और दूसरा जो भी whatever resources we have, we use those resources to develop it. InnoXera, and I remember, I think it was over 1.5 years or probably 2 years ago when I met Mr. Mohammed Madni for the first time, and these were the challenges that I shared with him. And the InnoXera of 2 years ago and the product that was there and what the product is here now is vastly different. And I can probably say that, and my colleagues from InnoXera will agree, that the responses that were given by the education sector and the federal ministry and the Azad Kashmir and Gilgit-Baltistan ministries, that helped these guys to really improve the system, whereas today 5 nationwide deployments are happening where the federal governments have mandated it in Thailand and in Oman and everything. When we were starting, ये वो पहली चीज थी. We are inherently हम लोग एक technology company है, और I'm not an educationist, तो मैं ज़्यादा education की बात नहीं करूँगा. I'll try to broaden the perspective. ये वो चीज थी. This was the thing that started our journey. It is not just imparting of education. Things are changing. We are right now at the cusp of 4th industrial revolution. 4th industrial revolution will mean that our traditional form of delivery of education, whether K-12 or higher education, is going to fundamentally change. आज से 15 साल के बाद दुनिया में उस तरीके से यूनिवर्सिटी एजुकेशन या K-12 एजुकेशन नहीं हो रही होगी जिस तरह आज हो रही है. So we really needed to make sure कि पिछले, I mean I would say कि from 1980s till 2024, पिछले 40 साल में हमने बहुत कुछ गवा दिया है because of our lack of focus on education. And what we really need to do is कि if we have to pick it up, there is an opportunity of 4th industrial revolution. So whatever we are going to do for our students in the public sector, private sector, school or universities, this was a guiding principle जो कि at least PTCL की side पे उन्होंने इसको deploy किया था. We'll quickly start by saying, जैसे कि CTO InnoXera ने बताया कि we are a 75-year-old company. पाकिस्तान 14 अगस्त को बना था. PTCL की जो पहली फॉर्म थी जब हम कार्व आउट हुए थे ब्रिटिश पोस्ट एंड टेलीग्राफ से या इंडियन पोस्ट एंड टेलीग्राफ से, सो वी स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम 15th of August 1947. इट वाज अ जर्नी. पिछले 5 साल में गवर्नमेंट की डायरेक्शन के वो पीटीसीएल से क्या चाहते हैं वो बहुत चेंज हो गई है. Our role now is not just of a telecommunication company. In fact, telecommunications is something जो कि हमारा बड़ा एक baseline चीज आ गई है. We are the engine that is powering the digital transformation of Pakistan. This is the mandate that has been given to us by the government of Pakistan, और government हमें 62% own करती है. Secretary IT हमारे chairman है, Secretary Finance, Secretary Privatization हमारे board पे होते हैं. So उस वजह से पिछले 3-4 साल से हमारा बहुत बड़ा फोकस ये था कि हम बियॉन्ड कनेक्टिविटी जाके पाकिस्तान के जो मसाइल हैं उनके ऊपर फोकस करें और उनको देखें. PTCL बिजनेस सॉल्यूशंस जिसको मैं हेड करता हूँ, बेसिकली ये वो एजेंसी है जो कि इन विच इज बेसिकली फोकसिंग ऑन ऑल दीज एरियाज. The National Digital Agenda, so basically from the National Vision, these are the 5 areas where we are working on, but the government had asked us to specifically focus on 3 areas. And this was something where we were asked by the government of Pakistan to not only look at the commercials, but really focusing on what we can do for Pakistan. Banking and financial services, healthcare, and education. And these are the 3 areas where Pakistan is lagging in a massive way, और हमारा जो untapped potential है, that potential needs, if we have to realize that potential, we need to focus on these. I am very, very glad. This is the first international conference which PTCL is managing with InnoXera. And I think a lot of effort over the last 2 years has gone behind it. We did not want to do something कि सिर्फ बातें करें, तस्वीरें दिखाएं. आज जब मैं आपके सामने यहाँ पे खड़ा हुआ हूँ, so the effort of my entire team and the launch of e-Taaleem and many other projects that I will talk about, that is something जो कि हमने culminate किया है. Not just on school education, Dr. Mukhtar यहाँ पे हैं. Under his guidance, HEC has also digitally transformed. How are we going to transform the higher education sector? He's here on a talk. I know he's going to talk about it. He's the best guy. I cannot steal his thunder, but you will also see what are we doing on the digital education. हमारा ये पूरा portfolio है. I think हमारी power एक ये आती है कि we are not a software house. We are much beyond just providing software. Whether it is connectivity, whether it is ICT services, whether it is hosting over cloud, whether it is cyber security and protecting the data of the students, everything that we are looking at, Wi-Fi in schools, Wi-Fi in universities, providing satellite connectivity to remote branches, ये सारी चीजें PTCL in its focus area कर सकते हैं. So we believe कि अल्लाह का बहुत शुक्र है कि जो mandate हमें government of Pakistan ने दिया था, we have been able to use that. Now, you know these numbers. And I don't want to talk about challenges because I think कि आप सब लोग, you are directly connected with education. And these are the challenges, and I've copied, this slide from one of the slides from the ministry. I think what is very, very important is कि हम सबसे पहले इसको crystallize करके, at least in our opinion, देखें कि मसला क्या है. और ये मसला एक outsider कैसे देखता है, जो कि एक technology company है. So PTCL, which is not an ed tech company per se, PTCL, which is not an educational institute or involved in education either on the policy or execution side, what do we see as the problem? Yes, 7 problems over a period of 1 year was that we saw. I'll briefly go over it. I know that during discussions, networking sessions, we are able to see it. Starts with access and enrollment. 26 million people out of school. But it's not just 26 million people that are out of school. People who are in school, including my kids, their attention span is going down. The people are looking at 15, 20 seconds short bite video. You know, we provide internet to Pakistan. So we see that TikTok के ऊपर traffic किस तरीके से increase हो रही है. We are seeing that as the traffic of TikTok is increasing, and we work with TikTok, I mean ByteDance, what sort of videos the younger generation of Pakistan is watching, and it's very sad to say that they are not watching educational videos. They are basically watching, majority of the time they are watching either funny videos or they are watching something related with sports. Now, how can we say that we have such a powerful tool such as TikTok or Instagram or Snapchat, whatever? How can we convert these tools to make it educational? So we need to come up with content creators who are creating TikTok content for educational things as well. And then different areas we need to promote that content because you know, promotion plays a big part on seeing how these things are happening. Second one is quality of education. There are many World Bank reports. I mean, I read that. And we just started to see that through the private sector, public sector, people who are working with the Cambridge system and you know, the sort of provincial schooling systems that we have, there is a disparity. And you see that as you start to move out of cities, that disparity starts to increase more and more. And we work a lot in Balochistan. And we have started to see that if you go to Balochistan and rural Sindh, this problem is even bigger. Teacher training and shortages. I think not only shortage, but the quality of training of teachers has also become a very, very big problem. Previously, a big focus was on remote learning, remote teaching for the students. It was a problem that we have to do something for the teachers as well. Infrastructure deficits. I mean, you saw these really fancy videos and you saw, you know, there were these smart boards and clickers and everything. 85% of the schools do not even have access to a stable internet connection. So that would mean that what we are doing is that now we are planning our fiber infrastructure or our satellite infrastructure. We need to see that we do something over there. Socioeconomic barriers, especially poverty. You know, we have a problem of youth or child labor force. And no matter what we try to do about it, it is a fact. We're a poor country. People have to go out in order to, you know, have their livelihood. How can we make sure that we impart education without them coming and spending 5-6 hours in the school? This is very, very important. And I think I'll talk about it. So the first initiative that we did was that we need to make sure that people who are out of school, if we don't bring them to school, how can we bring the school to them in which their cost is zero? It is very important whatever needs to be done is free to the student at a very low cost to the government. Funding shortfalls. Everybody talks about it, but I'll see. So you know, there are programs. I mean, we have like the World Bank Aspire program. It's a very big, hefty multi-$100 million program. What we really need to make sure is that even if there is a funding shortfall, whatever limited funding we have available, what programs that we have is that it is impact-based funding. It is not funding which is basically used to do something which is at a later impact. And of course, regional disparity. Before coming to Pakistan in 2020, I was in Middle East for almost 11, 12 years. I worked very closely as colleagues and my subordinates with Indians. And I was amazed to find out, and I would like to share one thing that I saw. As Pakistanis, whenever we were seeing where should we get our house or our apartment, we always would buy it based on three factors: the cost of the house and apartment, the location of the house and apartment if it is in a nice area, and this and that, and the third is how close it is to the offices. Every single Indian that I talk to, when they choose where they live, they like to live close to a good school. In Middle East, no Indian sends their children to either a Middle Eastern school or a British school. My children went to a British school because I just felt that the embassy school was not good enough. If you look at the Indian children, every Indian child goes into an Indian school because the quality of education of the Indian school was by far much higher. And they felt that even if they go to an American school, a French school, or a British school, they are going to be at a disadvantage. So I think what we are doing is that the future is the future of knowledge, and we really have to not only work in isolation, but we really have to see that what our neighbors from the East are doing, because they must have done something right that they are where they are today. And I think while we are developing our strategies at PTCL, they are not just driven by government, and they are not also just driven by our insular understanding of what is wrong with Pakistan. They are driven by an understanding that we are going to be in a global competitive landscape, and we really need to make sure where the world is going. And that is why when we chose InnoXera to deploy the e-Taaleem, we chose it to make sure that at least from a technology and cost point of view, we need to leapfrog. हम ये नहीं कर सकते कि दुनिया जो है वो चांद पे जा रही है और हम वो टेक्नोलॉजी यूज कर रहे हैं जो कि हमारा जो है एक लोकल चीज आ रही है. हम इसको कवर कैसे कर सकते हैं? A big enabler is technology and telecommunication. While we talk about that there are a lot of out of school children, every single household that we talk about has a smartphone. So there are almost, these numbers are basically for June of 2024, we have 135 million phones and we have 36 million households. हर घर में कम से कम एक आधा स्मार्टफोन हो गया है. There are only 7% households that do not have a smartphones, और वो काफी remote है या वो गिलगित बल्तिस्तान में है या वो ऐसी जगहों पे है. But every single household has a smartphone. और अब हमने ये सोचना है कि अगर बच्चे स्कूल में नहीं आ रहे तो हम किस तरीके से अपनी थॉट प्रोसेस को यूज करें जिसकी वजह से स्कूल बच्चों के पास चला जाए, सुबह जाए, शाम जाए, जब फारिग हो वो जाए. But we have to take the school to the children, and I think this is very important जब हम government funding की बात करते हैं. Are we going to build more schools, or are we going to democratize education to a point where we are going to basically take education to the schools? Fixed line subscribers 3 million घर हैं, 36 million से ये जो number है, this is कितने घरों में fiber है. So there are almost like 3 million households जिनके पास इस वक्त fixed site पे fiber है. This number very soon will cross 10. So that would mean कि अभी अगर हम मोबाइल से एंट्री कर रहे हैं, कल we can go across and even give high speed internet. Ultimately 138 million broadband subscribers हैं जिसमें से close to 29-30 million households के अंदर स्मार्टफोन है. This is the opportunity that we have. ये वो चीज थी जिसने एक्साइट किया था PTCL को कि अगर if we want to solve the education problem, this is where we need to use and draw our strength from. और जो InnoXera का complete design हुआ था e-Taaleem के लिए, and when we tried to adopt the InnoXera, which is a first world solution, we must remember what the CEO of InnoXera and CTO of InnoXera showed you, that particular VR headset. This is a $4,000 headset hai. This may not be relevant for Pakistan, but what is relevant for Pakistan is that we go ahead and we then use the latest and greatest technologies in the world, convince our partners, and I'm really thankful for them that what the price at which we are able to use every single technology that you saw is at a fraction at which they are selling it to the rest of the world. And I think this is something that The government of Pakistan is obliged to them, PTCL is obliged to them, and every single student in Pakistan is obliged to them for what they and Saudi Arabia has done for them, for us. Finally, what do we do in the EdTech portfolio that we have? So we start with the learning management system. Learning management system is, of course, what you saw, the e-Taaleem, which is powered by Classera. We also have a content management system. This is something that we have delivered and developed internally in PDCL. So now what we can do is that for channels, educational channels, for having a Netflix of education, for having a YouTube of education, today in PTCL, we have the entire capability base available today. And I'll just showcase you one thing that today, if somebody says here, we need to have the YouTube of education in Pakistan or the Netflix of education in Pakistan, the capability is available today and hundreds of thousands of people have started to use it. Educational apps, and then we have to make sure that when we make the educational apps, they need to get connected to larger education apps, not just for schools, but also for vocational training. I mean, there was one project, probably we have some colleagues from NAVTech here, where there was a requirement for a course that was developed for engine maintenance. So what PTCL did, and we won that contract, so the entire engine maintenance vocational training for car engines was done in virtual reality. And the entire content was developed by a Pakistani company who had done similar things for, aircraft maintenance and all those sort of things. Interactive delivery, you saw in some of the videos that, we cannot be having a whiteboard and we just write on it. It has to be interactive. If somebody wants to delve in deeper, if somebody wants to see a YouTube video in the classroom, we need to make sure that this is something that is done. This is already delivered in multiple classrooms, in hundreds of classrooms for the federal ministry, and I think we are getting to a cost point where for provincial ministries and Department of Education, this is also a cost-effective method. Immersive education, we are working to make sure that how can we bring in immersive and virtual reality specifically for the technical education. I remember when I did my metric biology, we used to draw the diagrams for different types of, nervous systems and circulatory systems. But now, why do we need to draw it? Why can't we be inside it? There is a product that we have that can give immersive education. And the last one is, it is not just about the education. It is this learning campus. When you talk of higher education or even schools, safety is a big problem. We need to make sure that the children or even young adults, when they come to schools and when they come to universities, we need to make sure that they are in a safe and conducive environment. Harassments of any form must be not only discouraged, but also severely punished. So I think in 2021, we came up with the concept of a smart campus, whether it is a school or a university, which would mean that it is going to have an end-to-end thing where the cost of providing technology, whether it is campus-wide Wi-Fi, whether it is surveillance, data centers, that has gone down. I think over 7 universities have deployed this system, and we really want to make sure that ye wo cheezein hain jisse we are able to really transform the higher education as well as the school education sector of Pakistan. Towards the end, I think these are 3 apps which are very special for us. e-Taaleem you have seen. I will not talk about e-Taaleem, but I would want to talk about Tele-School. This was a World Bank project that was awarded to PTCL by World Bank without any tender. And what it required was that for out-of-school children, the entire content from grade 1 to grade 10 for all the subject is available in the form of an app free of cost. Please go to Apple Store or Google Play Store, Google Tele-School, you will find an app and just download the app. You just have to register. There is no cost. And then any student in Urdu or in English, he will be able to see this content. PTCL has developed the app through the Ministry of Federal Education. We have taken the content, we have digitized the content. Through that app, there are 6 24/7 channels, broadcast channels. Each channel is, broadcasting something different. So you can, anytime you can see, and there would be a biology class and this, and you can go ahead. We will want to develop the content in the regional language as well, especially when we work with the Sindh Education Department. There is a big focus on the Sindhi language as well as Pashto and others, but this is available today. And the last one is small classroom, and I think this is something that needs to be evaluated, especially for the higher classes. Because what we need to do is that we need to have an on-the-spot assessment of if the person has understood. You saw the clicker. Clicker is an online quiz. So a student comes, every student has a clicker, and then a pop-up quiz comes, and you have 4 or 5 options. Within 10, 15 seconds, you have to choose one of the options, and the teacher would know how quickly were the options presented, what was the right and wrong rate, which student gave the right and wrong answer. And that data is getting collected, and that would mean that this would help us and our partners to improve the quality of the imparting of the education. Which teacher is able to impart the education better within the same school? So that would mean that we need to understand that what that teacher does, that the others are not doing, so that these things are sort of imparted. And the other things that you saw from ClassEra, that if there is a camera over there, you can see how interested the students are, if they're looking at the board or if they're looking left and right, and all those sort of things. And these things are available today. They're available at the lowest possible cost that we can have. What we really need to do and what we really need to figure out is that how we can utilize it, not only to focus on the quality of the existing students, but also to the future. These are some of the apps that we have done. 115,000 downloads have taken place. This is a less than a year-old app. We are seeing about 800,000 hours of content consumption. You see, what technology also does is it starts to give you data that you can act upon. Now we can start to get data like which student at what time from what city is seeing the content. Normally, if you see a single lecture is between 7 to 25 minutes long, we can see how soon the app is closed. So we are able to understand that what is the attention span of a generic student. Are students more interested in sciences or are they more interested in the arts? And that can also help us understand that what is the aptitude of the student. If we have to go ahead, and I'll talk about it in my last slide, which is the next one, this is the sort of things that we need to work on if we really have to leapfrog from the dismal situation where we are today to where we have to be now. What do I want from InnoXera? I think, both us and ClassEra have spent a lot of financial resources to have this event. And it's not about having the event in Serena where there is good food or having a beautiful ambience and everything. For us as PDCL, we just want 4 things. And I think this is for all of us. My name is Zarar Khan. You can send me a message on LinkedIn or any other forms of communication. The first one, which unfortunately I have not seen talked about at all, is that the global society is shifting from the 3rd industrial revolution to the 4th industrial revolution. The 4th industrial revolution is all about machines taking control. And if the machines are going to take control, we need to understand what do we have to train our humans to be relevant. 3rd industrial revolution, especially from 1980s, Pakistan started to become irrelevant. 70s and 60s, we were extremely relevant. We were the Asian tigers. We did something wrong somewhere. This is our chance to make sure that we get back into relevancy on the 4th industrial revolution. Second thing, everybody talks about getting out of school children and everything, but there's no target. I mean, I've put up the target. I don't know if it is the right target or wrong target. Getting strategy formulation to reduce out of school children by 50% by, 2027, 2028, whatever. What is the strategy? Organizations such as PTCL need to have a strategy for us to formulate a plan. If there is no strategy and just nice words and reports and presentations and videos, it does not help organizations such as us. The third one is usage of technology to increase the impact of the education budget. This year, I can see that there is a big political will to increase the education budget, but what we are seeing is that how can we increase the impact of the education budget? And one thing I'm certain in the last 2 years, if we do not use technology, the impact is not going to get better. So this is another outcome. Hopefully by the end of the year, we will reach out to you that we need to figure out. And the last one is, we are a national organization. The government of Pakistan is 62% owning us. We do a lot of national strategic projects. What do we have to do? I don't think that we are in the right position to think and come up with products. I think our position is that if there is a strategy that advises us and gives us a guideline that look as PTCL, this is what you need to do because this is what is important. We probably might not be the fastest and the most agile organization in the world, but one thing we are is that when we set our mind to something, we deliver it. And I think e-Taaleem is one of the things where Pakistan's now learning management system is out there with the best in the world. And I think we should all be very proud of it. We want to see what else do we need to do. So I look forward to seeing all of you, and hopefully you find it better. Thanks a lot.
Right. Just mover, presentation mover, can you have, is that there? Thank you, Uzrar Sahab, for the great information about education transformation in Pakistan. My name is Shweb. I'm part of InnoXera Pakistan. So I'll speak very briefly about AI. I mean, which is one of the buzzword on the street. Everybody is talking about, and we're witnessing a lot of potential and a lot of things about AI, which is making our life more easier and faster. So talking about that, how we have taken leverage of AI and how we have integrated, taking leverage of this AI into our platform. So at InnoXera, we understand that each student has a unique journey. So we have built an AI assistant in a very personalized manner. What it does, it allows students to store the information, just a moment. Excuse me. So what it does is, it allows students to store the information. For example, when students are, storing their input, like they're entering their answers, they're entering, into different discussions. So, it stores the whole information and create a personalized repository of their knowledge. So at later stage, if student has to consult any information which was stored, let's say back in, 6 months ago, so he can easily reconsult. So it's more about that, we have built something which helps students to, drive their journey using the platform in a very personalized manner. Okay, I'm just trying to find out if I have. All right, so we also have a chatbot in Urdu. By the way, our chatbot capability is available in 8 different languages, but we are, thinking globally and acting locally. So Urdu mein hamara complete chatbot hai, where, anybody can go and, put the prompt over there, and this chatbot can bring up the information accordingly. And, we all understand that no system can work without support. So हमने अपना जो support का segment है within the platform completely 100% automation पर build किया है. So what it does is you can, within the platform, आप जाके tickets भी create कर सकते हैं. Within the platform, you can also interact with chatbot, जो कि आपके issues को resolve कर सकता है in a minimum time manner. Then, we all know that data is the key. Data is the key. Data is everything. So at InnoXera, what we have done is that we have digitalized all the touch points of students and teachers to capture maximum information. I mean, it's very important if you want to show information, then it's very important कि आप उनके सारे touch points और inputs gather करें. Then it is then countless कि आपने इसको कितना customize करना है, and that's what we do. Our first focus was to capture all the touch points. फिर उसके जो outputs हैं dashboard पे जो visible करने हैं, that's very easy. So importantly, we are making sure कि जो भी सारे important touch points हैं, वो हमारे platform के through सारे inputs cover हों ताकि हम जितना भी customize अपने dashboard को करना चाहें, we can do that. Okay, I'll end up with mentioning these humble achievements. We have globally deployed InnoXera application in 2,000 plus massages and trance schools, where 200K plus students have completed their Quranic study. So that's it. With that said, I'll like to call upon Ans to continue from here. Thank you.
Take. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So, some of you guys already know me and some of you don't. So I am the Partner Success Manager with InnoXera Pakistan. So now I'll explain something about our product LeadXera, which is a complete corporate learning platform. And it is already being used by the Ministry of Federal Education in virtual teacher training. So I would like to present some new features that are going to come there. So I'll go briefly that it is a complete platform that gives you a feasibility to run your own online academy. A complete academy like you've seen Coursera or you've seen other platforms. So it's a complete platform that can be used in corporate trainings, that can be used in the trainings for the schools, the trainings for the teachers globally. So now the new feature that is going to come in the LeadXera is going to be the community feature, where you will be able to connect with the learners, with the teachers, and it's going to be a whole community based. You can create forums or chat discussions and everything. That is going to be in LeadXera's new version. It's going to be there. And then there is new assessment criteria is coming. Previously, we had a different criteria, but now more criteria with more feasible features are going to be there. And we'll be able to customize it through the learning outcomes or other features that are going to be there. So I would like to say that for the VTT team, it is going to be the good news with more control. Okay, so now another feature that is going to be there, it's for the academies, for the corporate trainings, or for the ministries as well. That now, previously it was courses, like you can do a course, get the certificate, and we are done. But now it is going to be a customized learning outcomes, like semester-based. It can be semester-based, it can be 3-4 semesters. You can distribute it in 3-4 semesters, and then it can be a whole learning path. So it's a path of like 6 months. You can completely design it and do it your way. So once the teacher will complete or the learner will complete one module, then they'll be able to go to the next module with advanced features. Okay, and now the big news that we are going to launch finally the mobile app for LeadXera as well. The advanced version of it, and some of that version is already being used in Pakistan with eTalim. That has been launched. So now a complete application. This is how it looks like. If you see, it's completely interactive. It's completely guiding the learner for whatever they would like to learn. And it is available on App Store and Google Play right now. Okay, so now LeadXera with C-Inspire Classera. Now I think a lot of the teachers and the students who are here from FTE are going to be happy. So now the learning, as Mr. Madani said before and Mr. Ishmawi said before, we made it more interactive, more gamified, and more interesting. So we are going to launch a program which is C-Inspire program. And what is going to happen is that with the trainings, you will be getting some scores. So there are going to be 3 types of memberships. The final one is the gold one, and each one has their own benefits. So now, C-Inspire is available in 11 countries, and we have thousands and thousands of merchants around the globe. But in Pakistan, we are launching with 4,000 plus vendors. That includes your favorite Move and Pick, Chai Khana, Nando's, 14th Street Pizza. And for ladies, it's going to be some deals at Depalex and something. So this is going to be for the students, for the teachers. So the more they use the platform, the more they are interacting with the system, their scores are going to increase and their membership is going to increase. So starting from the lower level till the highest level, there are going to be rewards. And for diamond members, most of the restaurants are free. to go and eat over there. So it's going to be motivating for the students because when a student is doing something and performing good, they can actually do something for their parents by taking them to the restaurants based on their membership. Okay, so now LeadXera has integrated partners already, and any of the partners can be integrated on your request for ministry, for the corporate trainings. So we have biggest partners like Microsoft Learn, Elementor, Go1, Udemy, and Allison. So these are easily available for anyone who would like to integrate it in their training platform. And the best part is that, you know, the people who are using it with us, they can tell you that it is highly, highly customizable. You can make any change in the interface, in the UI, or in the UX. So it is completely customizable, white labeled, so you can rebrand it as yours and run it in your organization. Now, finally, we are going to come to the CPay. So, can anyone tell me what is CPay? Anyone? No hands? Okay. So, CPay is basically a payment gateway that is available right now, and it can be integrated to your platform to receive payments. So, for example, you are going to do it in your organization and receive payments. So, we have a complete solution, integrated payment solution, CPay. So a complete user panel for you to see the complete insights of, you know, the number of people who are there, the number of payments that you have received, and everything on a single dashboard. So now it is available in 100+ countries. We can receive payments from 100+ countries, and now it is integrated in Pakistan as well, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Egypt, Kenya, and Gabon, and we have received and processed around $35 million of transactions so far. So these are the major payment partners that we accept. You know, Apple Pay, Visa, MasterCard, Amex, and more from Pakistan are on its way as well, as they are being requested by a few of our partners. So we are already in discussion with them, and soon they'll be available for the LeadXera platform as well. So now this is how the dashboard looks like. If you just have a look, so it can tell you, as I explained, the total number of users, the total number of merchants, and the whole graphical representation of you know, transactions and everything that is happening in the real time. So now I would like to invite our MENA region sales director, Mr. Mustafa Anwar. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Khosh Amdid InnoXera. This is the first word I learned from Pakistan because it's my first visit here to this beautiful country. And it will be not the last. I hope I come again, inshallah, for the next time. So I think before I start my presentation, I think we need to ask us, or when we go to any partner or customer, they always ask us about Classera, why you are unique. I think you see the technology, you see the payment gateways, you see already the training platform for teachers and students, and many, many, many. That's why we call the Classera. It's not an LMS, it's an LSP, Learning Super Platform. It's provide a full solution to schools and ministries with many of products and solutions in one platform, integrated all together. So let me present another product. It's a very important product. We call it EduMools. EduMools, it's a marketplace. It's the first marketplace in the region, educational marketplace in the region. let's see the video. So, EduMall, we already try to get more engagement from the students and the parents. So we have increase in the registered customers or users by 900% increasing in EduMalls. And we try to provide a range of products, physical products and software products in the same marketplace. So we can see here the interface, the new version of EduMall. This is the interface, and we have categories in the EduMalls. As a parent or teacher or student, you can access your account in the EduMalls, and you can search for books, you can search for softwares, games, educational games, or other products, whatever you want, it will be there in the EduMall. So we have thousands of companies and the products, they are put their products and solutions in our EduMall to provide a unique experience and unique journey for the parents and students and teachers from the EduMall. Even the schools, we have a school corner for each school. They can sell their products on the EduMall. So if I private school and I need to sell the uniform for the students, you can put it here in the EduMall and you can sell it to your students. So we try to help the parents and the students to reduce the headache in the beginning of the academic year. Every academic year, I think a lot of parents here, and they always search for the uniform and other supplies for your kids. So it will be here. You can order and you can get it directly from the EduMalls. Also, we try to enable the schools to use the EdTech solutions or products. So that's why we have initiative, we call it, in Arabic it's Madarisna Athka, and in English it's a Smarter School. So we try to give back some cash to the schools that are already being Kyocera clients to use this amount to purchase some of EdTech products in our EduMall. So it's a kind to help them and enable them to use the technology or education technology in their schools. See, we give them the chance to, like, we call it like a cashback to the schools to use it and have more products from our partners in the EduMall in this side of initiatives. It's a kind of give back to community and to schools to enable the schools using the technology inside schools. So any school signed with Kyocera, I'm talking here about the private schools, they can get a percentage of the contract, like a cashback, and he can purchase many products for students from the EduMall. And the last, this is the school corner. As I said before, you can, any school with Kyocera, in Kyocera community, they can create their own account and they can upload any products related to this school and they can sell it to parents. It's not only about business, but also it's about to make the parents and students' lives easier. We need to make them happy and purchasing all the material in easy way, not in hard way, and go to search for shops around the city and like this. No, it's all about the easy way to make order from the EduMall. I think I finished my first presentation about the EduMall, and you all invited to purchase from EduMall, inshallah, in the next academic year. So now I will talk about another product. We call it C-Smarks. C-Smarks, it's a ERP system for education. So we have this ERP developed especially for the education or for schools. So it's full integrated with the LMS, full integrated with the CPay, the payment gateway, and driven by AI engine also. So as a school owner or accounting or finance department, you can see a full and smart reports about everything in your school about the financial and administration and everything, it's already driven by AI, and you can see it from the C Smartest. And also, as I said, it's integrated with Classera LMS and the payment gateway, so the parents easily they can get their bills and they can pay it smoothly from the LMS. And more engines are used already in the ERP system. As I said before, Classera is not providing only LMS. We trying to make a new concept in education. It's the LSP, the Learning Super Platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was our first session. The future is here, and of course it was packed with a lot of information and a lot of things that we can do together, particularly of course the innovations that have been mentioned by both BTCL and Classera, and that's of course really important. We have one more speaker coming in from Classera to highlight these EdTech innovations and talk to you about the future.
Assalamu alaikum. And good afternoon. I hope you are keeping the energy level high as we are proceeding in our sessions and the presentations. So now we are taking you into a journey in Classera Partnerships World. So what is Classera Partnerships World, and why we had put a lot of efforts in this initiative? So actually the challenges that are facing education had been always immense. Challenges for ensuring the quality of education for every student, challenges for ensuring we equip every teacher with the resources and the tools, challenges for ensuring parents are engaged with their kids' learning, and other challenges. And actually the situation is getting more critical recently with the accelerated advances now in technology and especially artificial intelligence. The expectations are getting very high from every community from what they can get from technology. Also, challenges coming from the disasters, the natural disasters and the man-made disasters that make or influence new learning models to cope with these disasters. Other things that all nations now are competing for creating talent and acquiring talent and leveraging their human capital, the most precious capital they have to leap forward. On the other side, we have a big investment happening from almost all industries now in education. The latest data we had from the World Economic Forum had stated that more than $150 billion had been spent in creating EdTech solutions to cope with these challenges. So in Classera, we responded to this by creating a unique ecosystem of partnerships that would create what we call the joy of smart learning. We are believing that to achieve this goal, to ensure the best learning experience to teachers, to students, even to parents, we need the collaboration of different stakeholders, different parts of this ecosystem. And today I will take you through the diversified ecosystem that we created to make sure that we respond to this situation. So if you look at the ecosystem that we have in Classera Partnerships World, you will notice that we have several types of partnerships. The first type of partnerships we have, which is loyalty partners, or what we call them success partners. This is a wide network of merchants that would support C Inspire. So this is the back engine of our C Inspire program. These merchants will offer rewards, will offer discounts for teachers and students for their engagement, for their achievements, for their interaction with our Classera platform. And in this way, we are creating this motivation for the learning community to achieve better, and also giving the community a chance to participate in the well-being of education. And actually, we are happy to announce that Now, we have more than 4,000 merchants in Pakistan who are registered in our C-Inspire program and will be available for every user of Kyocera system in Pakistan. The second type of partnerships I would like to highlight is fintech partners. And actually, we spoke about CPA solutions. Mustafa spoke about what is CPA and how can we offer online payments to parents to pay for tuitions or for petty cash for their kids. And of course, to make this platform successful, we had to partner with fintech partners, or what we call them payment service providers, to allow different services. What we want to create here is a unique experience for online payment inside universities, inside schools, inside ministries. And we are innovating here. We are not only providing online payment or installments, we are trying to provide unique services for education, like insurance, like funding, and the other solutions that would make online payment a seamless experience inside the education industry. The third type of partnerships we're creating is working with global partners. So there are technology leaders that are shaping the future of technology in the world. They have huge resources and they have big interest in education. So we are working closely with these global partners to ensure that their services, their offerings are integrated with our solution. And actually we are highlighting two great examples here from Intel and Microsoft that can show how we are working closely with these global partners to ensure that the education community is able to make use of these huge and great solutions these global partners are offering. Another type of partnerships we can highlight is the education marketplace partners. So we spoke about the EduMall, this platform that will allow providing physical products and also educational digital products to schools in two sections. We have a B2B section that allows selling directly to schools or universities, and another business to consumer, which allows the sales to students and parents. So we are also in the partnerships department creating to work with stationary vendors or stationary shops, with edtech solution providers, to ensure that we have very special offers to our customers, to our schools, to our students, that allow the schools to provide stationaries at a very high quality and very cheap prices to their students. This includes uniforms, books, and stationaries, and the other, of course, training programs and technology solutions. Another type of partnerships, of course, is the telecom partners. Today, you are actually speaking about our partnership with PTCL. As you had seen, this partnership providing the infrastructure from PTCL and the connectivity to all the students in Pakistan are giving us the opportunity to give our solution to the schools and the students based on this infrastructure. We have the same type of partnerships with other telecoms in other parts of the world, like Orange in Egypt, or Etisalat in Saudi, or Omantel in Oman. So this is also very important partnership, and it doesn't stop only at providing the infrastructure from the telecom partners. Telecom partners have a lot of other solutions like short message or SMS or connectivity or zero rating for the connectivity that allow the education community to make use of educational technology. Another type of partnerships, of course, is content partners. Companies like Pearson or McGraw-Hill or all other big publishers had started a few years ago to transform all their content from physical books to digital content. But we should not stop here. It is not about providing digital content as a standalone product to schools. We are integrating their content to be part of the workflow of the learning management system inside Kyocera. So we are integrating these with our AI engines to provide recommendations to the students to use some of the resources these publishers are providing to address the weaknesses that they have based on the exams they receive in Kyocera. We are allowing the teachers to create discussion forums to leverage and use some of these content inside these discussion rooms, and many other examples to leverage the content from these publishers inside our Kyocera platform. And actually, here also in Pakistan, we had a great experience with Ta'lim Abad to integrate their content in a seamless way inside our Classera platform. So the last type of partnerships is the EdTech partners, and these are all EdTech or solution providers for education, whether this is for training programs or bus tracking or well-being for students, so or exam management. We have more than 100 EdTech partners now working with us to integrate the solutions and offer their solutions through Classera umbrella. So these are examples of different types of partnerships that we are creating in Classera. And I want to emphasize that we are working both with local players and global players in these partnerships to ensure, again, we are providing the best of breed to our education community. So today I want to highlight actually two great partners we have in Pakistan. Would like to start with Ta'aleemabad. As I said, we had been working with them in our e-Ta'aleem project. And also we have our partners LearnoBots that will speak about their solutions and how they add a lot to the education community. So please come to the stage, Ta'aleemabad.
Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Taimur Abdullah and I work as the training manager at Ta'aleemabad. I am deeply honored to be invited here to share the avenues of partnership that we have been doing in EdTech and to also share a story that is very, very personal to me. I come from a humble background, a small village in South Punjab. And I am the first one from my family and my village to make it to college. This was my childhood school. While I was able to make it to college myself, I saw my friends dropping out of schools to pursue odd jobs, which has kept them in a perpetual cycle of poverty. This disparity between my life and theirs fueled me to pursue and address educational policy problems in Pakistan. That was why I joined Teach for Pakistan as a teaching fellow in a public school. As I stepped into this school, the infrastructure was way better as compared to my childhood school, but I saw very minimal difference in the learning levels. However, I also witnessed a sense of possibility as my students progressed by almost 4 grade levels across 2 years of my teaching. This experience highlighted a very important part to me. The quality of our education hinges on the quality of our teachers. Unfortunately, our teachers are often left on margins, unsupported, and unfairly blamed for systemic failures. In my experience, these are some of the most hardworking people who want the best for their students, and to support them, I eventually decided to become a part of NIYAT, which is a program of Ta'aleemabad. I think once we talk about EdTech, and which is like a great enabler to address the problem of out-of-school children as well as the quality in school, I think one thing that my experience with Teach for Pakistan has shown me, that most often than not, educational interventions in Pakistan are disconnected from the realities on ground. For example, during COVID, engaging students through distance learning was a big challenge. Students did not have access to internet, teachers were not trained on digital tools, and parents had no idea about this new learning method. In my teaching, I leveraged technology as a tool which was so powerful, but it was not done in isolation. We also worked closely with parents, teachers, and community members to ensure that we built a collective ownership of the child's learning journey, which eventually helped us to have more engagement and have improved learning outcomes. So I think in this entire discourse, it is important to partner up with the people, with the stakeholders who are critical in this entire debate, which are our parents, teachers, and the communities. At NIET, which is again what Vanessa presented as well, which is called National Institute of Excellence in Teacher Education, which is called NIET. At NIET, we have been able to create an ecosystem which connects all the stakeholders of a child's learning journey together, starting from all the way from students to parents, to teachers, to principals, to area education officers, all the way to the level of FDE and the ministry. The platform that links all of them is NIET. I think at NIET, currently we are working in about 350 public schools of Islamabad, working with 4,000 teachers, engaging 100,000 students, and we have 55 coaches. And we also have, like I think Javed Sir mentioned in one of the videos, that we have to close that feedback loop as well. Most often than not, we keep putting inputs, but it is also important to close that feedback loop with the teachers. I think one thing that at NIET, at Taleemabad, we are doing is, we're engaging everybody. For our teachers, we are providing them scripted lesson plans. We are providing them with access to AI exam checker, where a teacher scans a paper, uploads it, and AI checks it automatically and produces the results. We have digital teacher training modules. I think somebody talked about कि जो हमारा attention span है वो बहुत कम हो गया है. I think वो सिर्फ बच्चों का नहीं हुआ है, वो adults का भी हो गया है. That is why we have bite-sized teacher training videos followed up by quizzes to train our teachers as well. But I think we all can agree that there needs to be an in-person component as well. That is why we also provide in-person coaching support to our teachers. And I think in the past some time we have been talking about the support that we provide to teachers or students. But I think one stakeholder, one very, very important stakeholder that is missing has been the parent. So at NIET, we have launched our student application, and we have taken the buy-in of the parents to really build the engagement of the parents in the learning journey of their child, and which is paired up with initiatives such as Padhai on Call, which is basically over the phone tutoring program that is given to the students. Moving on, I think we are also working with educational leaders such as the principals, AEOs, all the way to Secretary Saab and the Minister. And each person, from teacher to principal to AEOs to Secretary Saab, they have access to real-time data coming in, which is collected by our on-field team on a daily basis. In Pakistan, having access to learning data on a daily basis, I think that's something. And this data contains school profiles. Somebody talked about student to classroom ratio, student to teacher ratio, learning levels, socio-economic background. All of that information is embedded into our platform so that we are really able to zoom in. And I think what we have started, what we piloted in Islamabad, we have now launched that into Punjab and Balochistan as well. And I think our experience from Islamabad has taught us one thing, which is to leverage the experience of the people on ground while using technology as an enabler. And I think I will just close this with one thought, that while technology is a powerful tool, is a really, really powerful tool, we should not forget that our people, which is our teachers, our parents, and our communities, are at the heart of education. If we, by valuing them and by empowering them, we can create an education system that truly transforms lives and can create a better future for Pakistan. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Taimur. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to invite Mr. Mohammed Faisal Aghari, who is CEO and co-founder of LearnerPods. Let's give them a warm welcome on stage.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Let me see if... So I'm co-founder and CEO of LearnerBots. LearnerBots was established in 2014. We are pioneers in introducing future education with specific focus on STEM education in Pakistan back in 2014. So we are a startup of Nust. Started from there, or alhamdulillah, we are in 13 plus countries online, and we are based in Pakistan and Saudi as well. So in Pakistan, we have worked from Siachen to Thar, around like in 25 to 30 different areas. Yeah. So we are connecting education to the future careers. So as we know that technology is changing the job market, the whole paradigm is shifting towards innovation, and we see innovation every 6 months. So to support that, we need changes in our education system, and that's where we come in. So we make education softwares. Our software learners team has 20 plus domains and 20 plus STEM domains. It's the only platform globally present, only STEM education platform that has this many domains and simulators in all of them. We also make hardware educational kits for the students to have fun and learn in a more hands-on way. We also conduct trainings and workshops linked to future of education. So when I talk about future of education, and we provide future education courses to students, I mean, what I mean by that is that we educate in students in AI, data science, machine learning, coding in multiple languages. So whatever there's market need in the future, in the next 5, 10, 15 years, we develop a curriculum around that and we provide that to the students. So I have been advocating about it for the last 10 years, and alhamdulillah, I'm really excited nowadays because this month is our 10th anniversary month, and we are organizing also a conference next week. And so let me show you our platform first. So I'm excited to show you 3 projects. One of them is this platform and 2 others. And I will just talk less and show more. Can I get the volume as well? Volume. So anyways, so this is the platform, and so as we know that the companies right now like Google, Microsoft, Amazon, IBM, the requirement of the degree is no more there. So everything that it depends is on the skill level of the students. So we focus on the skills of the students, and we provide education around that. So STEM stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, and Mathematics. Can I get the voice, sound in the video? Okay. So the biggest challenge for us was that STEM education is very expensive. So in Pakistan, there's a lot of problem of affordability. So what we did is that we make, for example, for robotics, we made a robotics simulator. For electronics, we made an electronic simulator inside the system. For IoT, we made an IoT simulator inside the system. For game development, we made a simulator as well. For website development, for coding in multiple languages, for machine learning, data science, AI, everything. So now you don't need to buy all this equipment. You can use our simulators to do these activities. So this is a very cool project. So we deployed our software, we provided teacher trainings, we provided our hardware educational kits, and we made it different spaces all over Pakistan. And so this is one of the space in Khaplu, which is near Siachen border. So just imagine the students in this village are using 3D printers. They are doing robotics right now. They are using AI, they are using IoT, and all the domains that I've been mentioning again and again. So this is the way that we are trying to bring impact in Pakistan. And I don't want Pakistan to left behind again. And that was the reason that we started off in 2014. It was a very difficult journey. There was no support from anyone. But then people came together, and with time, we did a lot of advocacy. And alhamdulillah, now we are working with the federal government. We have worked with KPK government, Punjab government. We are working with the forces. We are working in the private sector. So this is another project that I'm working on right now, and it will be launched in a month. So in Islamabad, we are making it's a 10,000 square feet space where community will come together to innovate. So it's a maker space. I call it Future Lab Z902. And so it has multiple different labs with, from AR, VR room to spaceship to Mars maze to a games arena for RoboWars to manufacturing area to hardware incubation center to IoT lab. So this is the spaceship that we are building. It's a simulator. And so there would be different missions with a team of 4 to 5 who will complete this mission. And there's a Mars. पिछली slide पे कर देंगे. It's not going back. Next. अच्छा जब तक होता है. So we are also making a Mars maze here. So we have made an actual rover, Mars rover, at the scale of 1:4. So ये एक NASA के पास है शायद और एक हमारे पास है, alhamdulillah. और ये हमने develop किया to provide this type of education, tech to the students here in Pakistan. अच्छा अक्सर मसला ये होता है जितने भी टेक वाले होते हैं ना ज़्यादा उन्हीं के साथ टेक का मसले आने शुरू हो जाते हैं. सो इधर मार्स रोवर्स की बात कर रहा हूँ और उधर जो है ना मुझसे स्लाइड्स ही चलाई जा रही. अच्छा उधर से आप चीज या ओके नो प्रॉब्लम बिकॉज मेरे ख्याल में लंच टाइम करीब है तो इसलिए बार वो थैंक यू की स्लाइड पे लेके आ रहे हैं ताकि जाए इधर से. सो एनीवेज सो इट्स अ फैसिनेटिंग स्पेस. सो मेरा सारा काम जो है इट्स लिंक टू इनोवेशन कि इनोवेशन करें और बच्चों को वो अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ दें जो कि नहीं मिल रही. और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह ये जो स्पेसेस मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ दिस फ्यूचर लैब दिस इज द ओनली वन इन ग्लोबली प्रेजेंट जो कि दुनिया में भी ऐसे लैब्स नहीं है जो कि हम इधर पाकिस्तान इस्लामाबाद में बना रहे हैं. सो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह बहुत अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ मिली जिसमें वी हैव डेवलप्ड अ लॉट ऑफ दीज स्पेसेस एंड हार्डवेयर एंड सॉफ्टवेयर फ्रॉम मल्टीपल डिफरेंट डोमेन्स. और आगे ये प्लान यही है कि पाकिस्तान भी कम्पीट करे दुनिया के साथ जैसे someone was discussing I think so the CEO from PTCL कि हम पहले टाइगर्स होते थे और अब हम किधर रह गए. सो यही एक हम मोटिवेशन थी जिसकी वजह से हम शुरू किया. अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह इसमें जो कुछ है एवरीथिंग इज़ मेड इन पाकिस्तान ऑल द सॉफ्टवेयर्स एंड एवरीथिंग और इसको मैं हमेशा से ब्रांड करता आ रहा हूँ और इंशाल्लाह ये प्लान है इसको आगे लेके चलने का. एंड थैंक यू वेरी मच. What happened?
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be moving forward with a panel discussion, and I'd like to invite the following on stage to talk about the training tomorrow's workforce and, of course, the impact of higher education, as well as the role that education ministries and the Higher Education Commission can play in this regard. And I would like the following to please come on stage as I take their names. We will be combining both of our panels with regards to what the ministry can do and what the education sector can do. Of course, it's extremely important to see how we can take forward EdTech and e-learning together. And for that, as mentioned before, Collaborations and partnerships are key. And so this is going to be a very important discussion moving forward as to how all of these stakeholders combined can do what it takes to achieve the future. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a full-packed panel, and of course, this will allow us to engage in meaningful discussions and move forward in a productive way. I'll be inviting on stage, first of all, the moderator for this panel, who is the Program Director, Malala Fund Pakistan, Mr. Javed Ahmed Malik, to please come forward on stage. We also have with us Dr. Ehtesham Anwar, Secretary of Education, Ms. Sara Murtaza, Director Training and Assessment, Sindh Education Foundation, Ms. Nida Tanoli, Group Vice President, People and Organization, PTCL, Ms. Mariam Rahim, the International Consultant in Education at the World Bank, and last but not the least, the former Chairman, Higher Education Commission, Dr. Mukhtar Ahmed.
Hello.
Right. This is really exciting. How much time we have? 30 minutes, or yeah? Roughly 40 minutes. It's a really exciting session. We have really star-studded speakers with us. And I think the challenge really for us is to ground truth. I mean, we have huge aspirations of technology and possibilities. But I think these are system leaders. I mean, we have people like Dr. Mukhtar, Dr. Ehtesham, other colleagues, who actually work at the system level. They understand their system, they understand the limitations of their own organizations. They also understand the resource constraints. So it's very important to kind of then have their vision of the organization they're running, and also how they're coping with the technology, what is their own vision to transform this into futuristic kind of economic growth. At the same time, you know, we are working essentially in post-colonial bureaucracies where you have the procurement systems kind of really very old. So I mean, if, for example, Secretary Ehtesham or Dr. Mukhtar, if they have to hire, for example, a service provider, they have to follow the Blue Book, they have to follow PEPRA rules. So I mean, it becomes completely different ballgame in terms of really implementing most of these recommendations. So I think we can really start with asking maybe from Dr. Saab, you know, who is on my left first, to have your, for example, you know, one of the things which actually in the recently being debated about is that whether the higher education wake of this huge technological challenge, is it really still relevant? How much it is relevant, especially in the context of our universities' situation where they're facing huge resource constraints. And in terms of the content also, whether, for example, you think that the students you have, the faculty you have, they're coping with 21st century challenges, and whether you think that we can leapfrog into a situation where you can actually create possibilities where most of our youth is able to kind of learn 21st century skills. At the same time, they're able to absorb into the economy, which is essentially a recession economy, and how they're connected to global economy. So just a broad view of your own agency, your approach to it, and maybe if you could take 5 to 6 minutes, and then we can go to Secretary Sham for the school sector, other colleagues also. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you for inviting us, and thank you, PTCL. I think we should have been answering at the end, basically. You should have asked other stakeholders, so we should have given you complete picture. But anyway, thank you. I think this is, you are putting us in a very difficult position where we are discussing about the technology intervention, we are talking about the learning outcome, we are discussing about the economy in Pakistan, and the whatever challenges we are facing. But as you know that in 2002, HEC was created. So from the first year, 2003, I think we started our journey in the technology transformation and started, first project we launched was the digital library, basically. And that is how our journey started. And then PERN 1, basically Pakistan Education Research Network, phase 1 was launched with initial thing. But alhamdulillah, with this 23-year or 22-year of journey, as I can with confidence, I can say that in higher education sector, we have done wonders, inshallah. And our team, our universities, our partners, Government Pakistan, through Planning Commission, through Ministry of Education, and of course, with all the support, public and private university, we have achieved many great milestones, especially in technology. Because this is the PTCL, who is the main host here, so I must recognize the support we received from PTCL. I remember in 2014 when I was given the first time the chairperson of the commission position, we launched the first this laptop scheme in Pakistan. Yeah. So we went to PTCL to sign an agreement to provide those Wi-Fi tools basically for those students. And I remember their CEO, Brother Waleed, was here at that time. And I asked him, Brother Waleed, what is the benefit of your being in Pakistan? Why can't we do something different that every student should have access of Wi-Fi in their universities? He said, it can be done. He said, okay, let me try, and I will give you one university, build a complete Wi-Fi enabling institution or smart university concept, and we can have this model. I said, no, if you are coming, come for 7. He said, what do you mean? I offer one only. I said, no, we have 7 federation units, so I want each federation unit to have the similar facilities. Yeah. And that was a starting point. And today, alhamdulillah, before COVID, we were able to convert 100 universities into smart universities.
Absolutely.
Which were Wi-Fi enabled. Everything was, and I must appreciate the vision of, at that time, Waleed Saab and the PTCL support, hand-holding with us, that we were able, with the help of Chinese government, we were able to, of course, Government Pakistan also paid for that. We were able to create 100 smart universities, Wi-Fi enabled, and at the same time, safe institution, basically linked with the, of course, safety component also. Later on, we were also able to create 100 smart classrooms, which are state-of-the-art classroom with the support of Chinese government under CPEC, CSR thing. And that during COVID, I think my university fellows are sitting here, we were having the minimum losses, and alhamdulillah, we have not wasted a single day, and our university students were continuing getting their education.
And this is significant because the system which you are leading is very large system. I mean, you're talking
huge.
About 1.6 million.
No, it is 265 universities. Right. And more than 4,000 affiliated colleges. If you count everybody, it is around 6 million population, young people with us. And at the moment, of course, our main focus is our universities, campuses. We are not focusing on affiliated college at the moment because this is this is a provincial subject. But we have started also interacting with them because they are ultimately with the university. So HEC is doing a wonderful job because I'm not in HEC right now, so I should praise them. I'm not praising myself. So recently, under the World Bank project, we have already invested $70 million in a huge investment where we have created state-of-the-art facilities for the future. Yeah. Like we have established 2 big data centers, one in Lahore, one in Karachi, having the capacity of 480 racks, which can provide the computing facility for whole Pakistan, inshallah. And one is already active. Lahore setup is already starting. Karachi will be in next few months, inshallah. We will be launching them. Similarly, in AI base, we are bringing the state-of-the-art computing facilities for Pakistan, where we should be using those facilities. Same time, we are not only bringing equipment or technologies, we are also working on policy level. Recently,
Yes.
a commission has already approved the policy of ODL, so that we know that the days to come, the bricks and mortar is not going to be important. It is, your mobile is going to be everything.
Absolutely.
So I think we have in Pakistan, mashallah, our institutions have done
It's
wonders.
a huge leap. I think I'll come back to you after talking to other colleagues, especially on job creation, relevance, future. I think this is really a moment to celebrate that it's very rare for developing countries to be in a position that just on the onslaught of COVID, to be able to transfer the entire system into technology adoption, and our own national institutions, PTCL, Higher Education Commission, other colleagues, they took part. So that's wonderful. I'll go to Ehtisham Saab, Dr. Ehtisham, who is the secretary of the Punjab Education Department. This is a very large system, 50,000 schools, 13 million students. And Ehtisham Saab, technology for you, your system, for the last 20 years, in one way or the other, Punjab education sector is using technology. I mean, you started with the PMIU, people used to go to schools, collect data. In 2014-15, you transitioned into more of a data collection through, tabs. And in COVID also, you were able to you were the first one, probably in other 4 provinces, to be able to adopt that quickly. But what is the state of play now? I mean, you are big on private sector, you're big on technology. So what is your own feedback to our community here regarding the state of play in Punjab now, and how you see the future in terms of technology adoption at a scale?
Thank you, Mr. Javed, and thank you, my hosts who have invited us and given us an opportunity to speak at such an august forum. I'm not sure if we are audible to the audience properly, because there's some issue with... I suppose people can hear us, and I'm going to proceed further on the basis of this presumption. Thank you, Javed Saab, for having put up this question that how is Punjab doing on technology, on digital literacy? And today we have been bombarded by InnoXera. I mean, so many new initiatives in technology, and I was not able to keep track of all of those. There was so much happening elsewhere in the world. But when we look back at Pakistan, unfortunately, a few months when we took over, this reminds me of some of the couplets comparing ourselves with the world. आशियाने की बात करते हो, दिल जलाने की बात करते हो, हमको अपनी फिक्र नहीं यारो, तुम ज़माने की बात करते हो. You know, comparing us with the world. Here we are talking about coding, and in Punjab, we don't have toilets in 163 schools. Here we talked about gaming, and in Punjab, we did not have walls, boundary walls in 789 schools. Here we were talking about AI, and we did not have shelters in 170 schools. So this was the state of affairs when we took over a while ago, a few months ago. So the challenge was huge. I mean, instead of thinking of AI and augmented reality and all these things, we are struggling on providing one of the basic facilities in our schools. But we couldn't, wait for one thing and focus on the other thing. So we had to start both things all together. And as I talk to you, and as you yourself have identified, we have made some progresses, but far more is desired. For example, you would be surprised to know that we have like 1,000 education field officers all over the Punjab, the CEOs, the DOs, the deputy DOs, and I'm sure 90% of them cannot turn on a computer. So imagining all of them leading an AI revolution in public sector school, but when they don't they can't turn on the computer. So what we have started with is that we have decided to replace all of those 1,000+ education leaders with IT literate DOs, CEOs, deputy DOs, and all that. And the process of hiring and testing and filtering is going on these days. And we're going to take them to as good an institute as LUMS for further training. So that's how we started, bringing in a literate workforce. Then we created the largest data bank of children in Pakistan, which is known as School Information System, you know that. I would be very happy sharing this thing with the audience here that we have the largest workforce in Pakistan, like 7 lakh people, teachers, and all of the transfers and postings are conducted through an online system, which is known as SIS, for last 3 years. So this is an innovation.
And this is a very large workforce. You're talking about 400,000 teachers, right?
Yes, and if we put all the rest of the stuff, if we include them in this workforce, it comes to 7 lakh teachers and staff. So we are undertaking all the transfers and postings through this SIS information system. But what we were lacking in was the data analysis, the data engineering. So we are moving on to undertake these things now. For example, we have been talking about out-of-school children since morning, but none of us know where the biggest chunk of those out-of-school children are located, so as to have, informed decision-making in future. So Punjab has started mapping all of those out-of-school children which are there in Punjab. Secondly, you might have seen we construct schools every now and then, but there is no data to support the need of a school in a given area. So what we have started lately is that we have started identifying the population pockets where there is no school and then putting up schools over there. So Punjab has lately started using data, using IT, but much more is desired. Another thing which I would like to bring into your notice was, if you know Rana Sikandar, the present Minister of Education in Punjab, is very high on EdTech. And he is all the time moving here and there, trying to bring in partners. Lately, we were in UK, and he entered into partnership with the Muslim Hands, and they have agreed to create 100+ EdTech schools. In another initiative, we have been outsourcing schools in Punjab to our private partners, and more than 100 schools have been outsourced to EdTech firms. So yes, we have started on the right track, but it's a long journey.
It's going to be a long journey. With your permission, Nida and Sarah, I'll go to Mariam first, because she works on technology adoption in the region. I mean, your role at the World Bank is that you take these concepts and you work with various systems and you actually enable them, that's how various systems can adopt that. What are some of the common mistakes which we are doing in adoption of technology in Pakistan, especially in terms of adopting common frameworks, laws, procurement systems, and ensuring that actually every partner have a fair run to be able to kind of really deliver something on ground, as opposed to kind of keep on shuffling between various partners. So over to you, please.
Thank you. I hope everyone can hear me very clearly. Yeah, okay. So thank you, Javed Saab. You pointed out a very, very important area, which is also a point of concern for an institution like World Bank. Although, I'd like to congratulate PTCL and Ministry on how far they've come they've come a long way with the e-Talim platform. I remember as soon as the COVID hit, all the partners came together to set up this platform. And at that point, it seemed like a dream, it seemed like an illusion. We didn't know how far this is going to go. But this has come a long way, which is an accomplishment, which means that there was a need in the market. But at the same time, I feel that, and previously as well, I think there have been a lot of initiatives, EdTech-based initiatives, which have been piloted in different places in Pakistan. But the evaluation of those pilots have never been done. Not in a sense that, we know what has worked in this context and what has not worked in this context. So that's a bigger concern for us, in terms of these initiatives. And I think we are moving towards that. The bank, has supported technology initiatives for a while now. And we have developed tools and products which for the governments to adopt and learn from. Like, for instance, we have procurement guidance, we have technology guidance, what kind of products work in what settings. And these all come from a lot of learning from different settings. like you said, I worked with the ministry in Pakistan. I'm working with, I'm not ministry, our counterpart there is UNICEF. I'm also working in Afghanistan, which is a low-resourced, very low-resource setting. And as most of you are aware, that secondary education in Afghanistan is banned. So this became a delivery mechanism in Afghanistan for us. So I mean, it's fascinating how, you know, technology kind of like makes space in places where, you know, we have low accessibility. We are seeing very good results in Afghanistan. Obviously, it's not going to be 100%. Obviously, the resources are not like the resources in other places where technology ecosystems are much more evolved, much more sophisticated. But you know, for an institution like Bank, it's also a learning process, and we are supporting governments as we introduce these products wherever, in whatever settings we work.
Very, very important. Sarah, you are Director General of Assessment in Sindh Education Foundation, and Sindh province, in terms of your laws, you are slightly ahead than other provinces in terms of enabling private sector to work with government schools. Sindh Education Foundation itself, there are a lot of chains we're working with Sindh government. So give us a sense of state of play in terms of your approach to involve private sector players, Sindh Education Foundation's own approach to involve you know, partners in some of these key services like assessment and, you know, learning from this. So I mean, it would be an opportunity for us to learn more about your provincial experience, but as well as your own organizational experience also. So over to you, please.
First of all, thank you for allowing me to represent Sindh. वो जैसे उन्होंने कहा दिल जलाने को तो सिंध को ये कि common misconception that Sindh में इतना कुछ काम है, especially related to technology. I would like to sort of say that whatever we have been doing would mean, I hope, remove this misconception. Firstly, I'm from Government of Sindh, Additional Secretary in Government of Sindh, so there maybe the scope of technology is not so high as Education Foundation. I'm here since 1.5 years. The journey of digital learning started in 2016 here with Install project. We gave 600 LEDs to schools and tablets and started this whole program of offline content and provided to kids. The students' learning outcomes improved a lot through that. After that, we sort of tried to focus more on academic performance of teachers. We started training all the way to all categories of teachers. But since the turnover of teachers is so high, and because of OSC, the high rate of OSC, I think now the digital learning and blended learning is the only answer to these two problems. So at Sindh Education Foundation is easier to do through private sector because this is how we work in PPP mode. Or we have 3,000 schools and 250 ALTP centers and working in PPP mode. We give subsidy to the partner to run the schools and to hire teachers. We support the teachers in training, but otherwise this is the partner's problem, and technical partner this is he's doing. So this is we have 250 non-formal centers, and Sindh is the only organization which is working in non-formal centers. We've started, since our CM is also now very keen on out-of-box solutions and, you know, rethinking education. Basically, this is what we're also trying to do. So we started this project with Teach the World of 100 micro schools. We're giving, this is a pilot project, giving one-room schools across Sindh. So we've done with 57. Here we've given 57 schools. We've started with giving LEDs and tablets to kids. And it's just one room. So now we have enrollment of 100 in each school, so 5,700. After this 100 schools pilot project is over, then we'll scale it up in all of Sindh. Other than this assessment also, we're doing e-marking, and we're now going to start our own OMR machines also in e-marking to this also. And then recently we've given 200 LEDs to schools, and so now we have about 600 LEDs, and we're now making content offline and online. We're in the process of recruitment of firm for making this content and then starting blending learning in all these schools. So I think it's easier here in Sin Education Foundation to implement through private sector because this is what we're doing and this is the mode we're working in. But in government also, I think now the Sin Education the department, the SELD is now also moving towards the private sector because we realize that government can't outreach and government can't access areas where the private sector can reach. So I think they've also started this project a lot.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, for us actually it's quite difficult to hear you properly because on stage somehow there's some of the sound problem, but rest of you probably are getting, most of what the speakers are saying. So Nida, my opportunity to say thank you to PTCL for supporting this conference, but also, as Dr. Mukhtar mentioned, a huge thank you for, putting up efforts before COVID to make it a system-wide adoption. So I think that's from our side. You're the Vice President for People and Engagement at PTCL, and you look after the training. So would you kind of, share your experience of, how you were able to train your workforce for future also, the implications for the ministries also, that what kind of areas should be the key focus of key officers, which, for example, ministry should be able to train and to be able to adopt properly the models which you have presented to them? And what are the learnings from the experience that you actually had during COVID, after COVID, overall take? Thank you.
Thank you so much, all the hosts and all the guests. Very proud to be representing PTCL here over us because our mission is big. And I think as Zara and, I think even the services and the solutions we are talking about, it's really impacting and changing lives of people at the grassroots level. So PTCL itself, I think somebody also said initially that it was born when Pakistan was born. So we are again 77 plus years old organization, which brings its own strengths as well as challenges. So we have a workforce around 17,000 employees, almost 4 generations working together, aiming to be number 1 in the sector. So we have to basically go with this 2-pronged strategy where we are not only focusing on uplifting the internal talent because it's, the diversity is inherited. So we continuously work on development of the employees and we have really evolved from a traditional learning setup to all the AIs in the world today because we really have some world-class solutions at PTCL that are being offered to the employees. For instance, LinkedIn Learning, which is completely AI-based. We don't have to do much. We just share the patterns and learnings which actually the system picks by the virtue of being given or assigned those courses to the employees. And from the patterns and the learning behaviors, the AI solution actually gives us, this is the learning path that should be allotted to the ex-employee. So we make these basically learning paths based on learner's need, all automated. Secondly, I think we are continuously also working to attract the younger lot also to bring in the fresh ideas. So all our talent processes are completely digital now. Yes, the assessments, all the talent assessments that we're doing are completely customized to what type of leaders that we want to bring into the organization, what type of talent or traits. And being BI savvy is one of them. So it's not that only the business leader has to learn or should be able to learn or interpret what being BI savvy means. It's actually applicable to everyone. So if you want to move forward in the organization, you really have to be business intelligence and BI savvy, and all those tech traits are part of our competencies. So we're continuously working internally to build those capabilities. As you said, in the pandemic, I think we were the first organization that actually completely shifted to a virtual working within, I think within 2 weeks. And our complete, one of the biggest, I think, win was that not only we were able to engage the workforce during that time, but we delivered one of the best results, unprecedented results, of the business as well. So that itself is a case study for PTCL. We have also moved from AI and machine learning perspective. Our contact center has actually moved from all the quality of calls. I'm sure those who have worked in the call centers would know that the calls have to be, continuously evaluated for the quality checks. So it's all being done by an AI also now. Initially, there used to be one person who used to look after that. And I think the maximum that a person can take is 10 calls in a day to evaluate from, let's say, 20 parameters to be assessed on each call. Now it's being done every day, and I think if we receive, let's say, 20,000 calls per day, all are being instead quality assessed at the same time, and they give you a report and the summary of what went wrong and what went well in that call. So we actually are going through that transformational phase where we have automized our processes, we have digitalized our talent selection processes, as well as having a very, very focus on the internal workforce to uplift them continuously to make sure that they are, at the best of the learning solutions.
It's wonderful to know is a Pakistani company doing so well, automating themselves and meeting the challenges of the future. Secretary at the Shamsab, I mean, recently Punjab government is outsourcing roughly 5,000 to 6,000 failing schools to private sector. And this is a major initiative in which you also have asked for a lot of young people and digital chains also to come and adopt schools. So, I mean, what's the thinking behind that, and what's the initial feedback, and what is the discussion in the ministry in terms of making sure that this really works for Punjab? And I think this is important because, as you mentioned, there's a huge service delivery gap between failing schools. I mean, there are schools in Punjab which have only 2 teachers and roughly 30 or 50 kids, and that has been happening for the last many years. So therefore, you wanted to break away from that pattern. So I mean, it would be very important for audience to learn from this particular major initiative, a public-private partnership, and the challenges, and how you're managing this at a scale.
Thank you once again for the question. Yes, Punjab is outsourcing around 5,000 schools out of the 50,000 schools it manages in the first phase, and we intend to outsource around 10,000 schools in the next phase. The reason we are doing it is the fact that these schools are considered as failing schools, meaning thereby either they have no teacher, 1 teacher, or 2 teachers, or they have less than 100 students. So instead of trying to fix in this problem, we wanted to bring in the private sector. You know, in Pakistan, private sector is huge in education. So if we bring in partners like TCF, Care Foundation, Akhuwat, and make them run the schools with the help and assistance of Government of Punjab, we believe that we would be able to do good rather than bad as we have been doing previously. So 5,000 schools have been outsourced. And what Government of Punjab is going to do is to pay the fee of each and every student studying over there, and at the same time bring in a regulatory monitoring and evaluation regime to ensure that quality education is imparted in those institutes. And we might, after success of this initiative, we might even think of outsourcing the rest of the schools in phases. It depends upon how the learning outcomes come up. So this is the thought process which has gone behind the outsourcing of schools.
Yeah, I think the significance of this is that suddenly you have roughly 5,000 schools with independent kind of managers who will be able to procure this learning solutions, which many of the Pakistani startups are kind of, which headmasters actually were shy of doing that. And now, for example, these chains will be able to probably procure these solutions and would be able to adopt that. And I think that's important kind of, innovation for future. And something which actually have linkages between, private sector and technology, but also changing procurement rules, because that's actually fundamentally important to reform the public sector institutions. Coming back to Dr. Mukhtar Sahab, with your experience of running Higher Education Commission once, twice, my question is about the job creation for future and making our students really, benefit from the, this new kind of, during studies, they can now take jobs, freelancing jobs, other jobs. So what is your own assessment that how much our universities are capable of upskilling these students and enabling them to already, join the job market? And what else, of course, you do a lot of investment on infrastructure, but this is about mostly benefiting from, the hybrid training modules available globally, MOOCs, other universities. So is there an openness by vice chancellors to benefit from these? And what is your own assessment of this?
Yes and no. Basically, we need to understand one thing, that Pakistan has only one window of opportunity available for our youth. That is the service industry, basically. Of course, we cannot compete at the moment in industry because of so many reasons, input costs and power costs, labor costs, etc., so many reasons. Plus, big giants sitting next to our door, basically. So it might be difficult to compete in industry or some other places. But the opportunity for our young people, and they understand, is our youth is very smart, that they have this opportunity that they can go in the basically in service industry, they can provide services, they can learn skill set which are required for domestic market and of course international market. As far as our readiness of our university system is concerned, I'm very proudly, I can mention that yes, not every university can be having the similar type of arrangement, but from beginning, when we started creating offices of research, innovation and commercialization, then we created business incubation centers. And I think in many universities, especially if you look at the big cities like Pindi, Islamabad, Karachi, Lahore, Peshawar, and even remotest universities, we can have the hundreds and hundreds of examples where our kids are very smart, they are making some small companies. Universities have already started hand-holding them, providing them opportunity. Same time, Government of Pakistan, through Prime Minister Youth Program Initiative and through HEC, we have started giving them challenge grants, basically, through which we are giving opportunity to our youth that they can take this opportunity, breaking their dream into reality, basically, that hand-holding them, mentoring them, providing them opportunities so that they should bring their ideas into reality. So there are huge opportunities, and alhamdulillah, our universities are very smart. Of course, you cannot say 100% basically, but of course our universities are focusing on these things. They have already started Business Innovation Center, and all those gadgets, all those tools are available. They are providing upscaling skill of the university. Similarly, Government of Pakistan, like in these days, IT Ministry is very active providing those training programs in the IT, because we are getting a lot of demands from different part of the world, especially in IT, in nursing and allied health sciences and other, even in agriculture. The rest of the world is looking for good employable people and young people, and we are lucky that we have 150 plus minus young people in Pakistan. These are gold mines. If we can invest on them rightly, if we can train them rightly, of course we have the win-win position. And there was a huge gap between whatever skill set industry was asking and whatever skill set university was providing them, but I think we learned the lesson. And now, not every university, but I should say most of the universities, public sector and private sector both, they're focusing on these things because this is their unique selling proposition also same time, that they should train their student in a way that their employability is increased, so that is the plus point. So yes, and little bit no also.
No, I think it's a very promising response. Miriam, any parting thought on this? Anything which you want to, just because we're in the last 3 minutes, so in terms, any parting thoughts from your side, and then after that, Sarah, please first, Miriam.
I have something.
Yeah, anyone.
Yeah. We've also started this youth ki training ki. We've just starting and planning this process of starting training of youth, of our young class, first year and second year students, or even from class 9 and 10 of AI technology and digital marketing, and we're starting a whole new department on Learn to Earn.
And what's the uptake? I mean, is the response there by the students?
Oh yes, it's a very good response, because you see, we see how things are moving towards digital marketing. Even now, I feel that all these masters and whatever, at this point in time, we feel why would we study so much when kids are earning thousands of dollars? They're just getting trained in these, and they're earning a lot. So even the kids know about all this, the kids of schools, so now we're really moving towards this. So and then the conditions are really so bad since the past 2 years due to inflation and all. I think both the household, even the kids feel that they have to move towards this.
Yeah.
So the response is good, and we're just in the process of starting this process. Yeah. And the kids feel that they can earn maybe about 400. We just started this program. In fact, last month, some organization came and they gave this demo to us that they're earning about, the kids are actually earning $400 to $500 a month, just on the starting phase. Yeah. So at least I think we should all move towards this, because this is the only answer now.
Absolutely. Mariam?
Javed sir, I agree with what Dr. Mukhtar just mentioned. I think HSC has done a wonderful job in creating that space for, upskilling the youth of this country. But I still feel that there is a de-link between what we are supplying to the market. And I think one of the reasons is I don't think there are enough platforms where universities are collaborating with the market. Where we have faculty from the market which can provide us practical skills which are required in the market. Our resource or curriculum are adopted from another context. We don't have a lot of localized curriculum to teach students about the local context, local realities. So when these students graduate and they enter into the market, they're like, okay, what did we learn? And what are the market requirements? So, I mean, it's universities is one channel. We have TVET, that's another avenue where, we don't know what kind of, there's a huge de-link between the skills that are providing in the TVET institutions and the requirement of the market.
This middle
So, there's a long way to go. We have initiated, we are moving towards that, like I said. But again, I think universities will have to really adapt more rapidly because the market space is changing rapidly. And I don't think the universities are adapting with that same pace.
We are.
So yeah.
Absolutely.
That's something I
so
want to add.
we'll
Thank
go
you.
to Nida, but Dr. Mukhtar want to respond. Yes, please.
Yeah. I think it is never going to be ideal thing, but she's right that there is a gap, but we are trying to fill it. I just want to add that we have provided, I can see our partner here from Microsoft, from other training providers. So Microsoft had already given us 200,000 courses with the certification free of cost, and we are providing those things free of cost to our all students in the universities. Similarly, we have purchased Coursera courses, and we are providing again those things free of cost to our young people. They are taking advantage of it. Coursera's principals from Middle East, they visited my office a couple of months back, and my team is already, HEC team is already negotiating with them, and we are planning to work with them also. And all those, whatever resources are available to upscale the student, especially in the university system, Government of Pakistan, through their resources, HEC, we are providing access to all our universities, public, private, even common person they can also get benefit of those things.
Very, very profound, Dr. Nida, please. Yes.
I think I'll just build up on what the two colleagues said, because skill gap is a problem, and being on the other side of the table, I think we are continuously working towards it. But we really need to see also it's not just what the curriculum is all about; it's how we design it. Because what we need in the organization or maybe in the startups is a skill itself. They start learning the skills when they start entering into the organizations. So we have to maybe relook at the way how we are designing our curriculum at each stage, whether it's school, whether it's the entire education industry is here. We all are partners to it. So I think maybe we need a revamp in that. And also where we are really giving this access to information to the children and of course to the adults and everybody. We also have to have policies in place. There's some work that's being done, but more structured, that how to deal with this access of information. Absolutely. Because for a child, when you upload or you give such large bite-sized organization, you give so much information, how to handle that information, how to internalize that information to the level where your mind is accepting it. It's very, very important.
And really a trainer's view in terms of making sure that there's a reception and, Dr. Ihtisham sir, please, your wrap up and also one word on what is one thing on your mind the next few months about technology integration in Punjab, please.
The one word would be the partnership, seeking partnerships. I would like to talk to Coursera and PTCL higher authorities sitting over here. I come from Punjab, which is a province of 127 million people. Had it been a country, it would have been the 11th largest country of the world. So I would love to have Coursera working with us. Please come down to Punjab. At the same time, I would like to talk to Mr. Zarar and PTCL as well. PTCL is a national carrier. We are very proud of it. And we would like to see a PTCL working in Punjab, with Government of Punjab, in schools, in a big way too. So please do come over to Punjab and work with us and with the rest of the federating units as well. Thank you.
So it's a very exciting roundtable we had. Wonderful points. I think if I sum this up, just 2 to 3 things. One is that we have huge potential, and the government is very progressive. You have heard from Dr. Mukhtar, you've heard from Ehtisham Saab, Secretary Education Punjab, and you heard from Nida's experience also in terms of how PTCL was able to work with the government. And Mariam's also, caution, especially adoption and governance challenges, and also view from sin. So I think we have so the government is progressive. But second thing is that we have fundamental constraints, in our system. I mean, it can be governance constraints, and can be also about, this huge disparity, which Dr. Sham talked about. I mean, we have roughly 100 million people in Pakistan, which are extremely poor, right? And they are outside this mainstream economic and other systems and technology integration to them, barriers of language, others, that will be a problem. The third bit is that it will be very important to make that most of these new frameworks and these products, how they're conformable at the school level, at the university level, at the actual lecturer level, how they can actually benefit from it and improve their learning levels and actually make it meaningful. Because what you don't want to be in a position that you are shuffling models all the time, shuffling, for example, replacing partners, and you don't have stability in the system which can actually see a child to see through the entire system. So these 3 things, but I think we have a great and successful, conference and meeting today here, meeting of minds, and as Dr. Sham mentioned, that already there's a thinking of collaboration between various organizations. With this, I want to kind of conclude the session, and maybe after that we'll have lunch or something. Thank you. Bye-bye.
It's a while for lunch, unfortunately, but thank you very much to our moderator and our panelists for this wonderful session. And please, I request all the panelists to please stay on stage for the group photograph. And I'd also like to invite the following from InnoXera and PTCL to please come on stage, as well as all of our keynote speakers and panelists to be part of the group photo session. Can we please have Muhammad Al-Madni Saab, Muhammad Al-Ashmawi, Mahmoud Al-Kabri, Tariq Khan, Hani Al-Fayumi, Sara Al-Dasuki, Neelam Amir, and everyone else from InnoXera team. We will also be inviting people from PTCL, of course, Zarar Saab, Mr. Imran Bukhari, Basharat Qureshi, Tehmeen Sayyed, Adnan Wahid, Qasim Rizvi, Muhammad Asghar, Atif Mahbood, Colonel Yasir, Faisal Niaz, Yasir Manzoor, and also representatives from the Ministry of Federal Education and Professional Training, including Sana Isa and others. Innovation and Commercialization at the National University of Sciences and Technology, NUST, Dr. Rizwan Riaz, to please come forward and give us a perspective from an academic institute about EdTech and e-learning.
still more. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Let's have the people settle down before we really get inspired. So I've been told that I have the hard task of inspiring people before lunch. So I have a carrot and stick approach. The sooner you get inspired, the sooner we go for lunch. So let's see, how inspired are we yet? Not inspired. So if this continues to stay the stage, we have about 45 odd minutes that I can speak. You better get inspired quickly. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure being here. I have the privilege of working in one of Pakistan's best academic institutions, one of the top universities. And I have the pleasure of working with some of the brightest young people and the brightest young minds of the country. So I do have a very positive outlook on the future and on life itself. I do believe with all my heart that whatever the problems that we keep hearing about, that's not what the reality is. We unfortunately don't find out about the real good stuff. So today I will tell you just a few examples of where things are going right and what that can mean for all of us as not only Pakistanis but as the world in terms of hopefully the hope is still there. So when I joined NUST about 6.5 years ago as head of one of the schools, I had my first interaction with what is, as I said, the brightest youth of the country. And I thought, every child that I speak to, every student that I speak to is full to the brim with ideas, with knowledge, with energy. So what can the university do to make sure that they have the full ecosystem available for them to use, exploit, and hopefully bring those energies out to their full fruition? So we started looking at certain things that were happening around the world and implementing them at NUST. A lot of success stories, but what I'm going to tell you are just a very few brief pictures of success. So I am very fond of giving a talk called the Islands of Excellence. So whenever you go to any country, if you think of the United States, well, if everyone just makes a list in your head of what is the positive part of the United States, where does the strength of United States lie, you're going to come up with a few names in a few areas. That list would be maybe 20, 50, 100 places, but there will be places and there will be names associated with these. Well, you have similar names and places associated with success in Pakistan. We, in every country, including Pakistan, have islands of excellence in the choppy seas, which are the rest of the world. And what you have to do is not worry about the seas, worry about the islands and make them grow. So let me tell you a few inspiring stories, hopefully. We had a child in one of our colleges who started the semester about 6 years ago. And 2 or 3 days later, one of the teachers asked him, "Why are your clothes not ironed? Why are you in such a bad shape?" And long story short, they found out that he had been sleeping on one of the bus addas, and he had been working as a coolie there to earn enough so that he could feed himself. And, so he didn't have the money to pay for the messing at the university. When we found out, we took him on, we put him on scholarship. Today, that kid is doing PhD in Germany. We have another kid whose mother sold some jewelry so that he could give the admission test. He applied for scholarship, got the scholarship. 4 years later, he's working in Shell. And his whole family has moved in with him to Rawalpindi, and he's now teaching his siblings, young siblings. Another kid, currently working in British Tobacco, again started with sleeping and eating in Golra. So these are kids coming from background where they did not have access to high quality education, where they did not have access to computers, they did not have access to tools like InnoXera and all. but they had the raw talent, and they made it to NUST, and they made it into success stories. The inspirational part is that one of those kids is now giving scholarships to other kids who are now studying in NUST. So you've made a generational change by just supporting one child through the university education through a scholarship. So one of the things that anybody can do, let me divert a little bit, anybody can do if you want to feel that you've done something, support a child through education. Take a child through the journey of school and university. Believe me, you would have changed maybe the future. All right, coming back. So we have a student formula team. Actually, we have 5 teams of students who take part in student formula competitions. These kids make cars through their own money, through sponsorships, through NUST lab supports, etc., and then go take part in competitions. You can imagine the budget of a team coming from Pakistan versus a team coming from Cambridge and Oxfords and MITs. And every year, these teams end up on the podium. They're second in some category, fourth in some category, sixth in some category. Good enough that last year, Tesla approached one of these teams and is now the innovation partner of the hybrid formula electric team of NUST. Imagine the capability of these kids. Similar, we had a group of students and faculty members from a personal experience, from a personal tragedy, learn the need for a neurodegenerative disease therapeutic device. They designed one, they marketed it, went it through the clinical trials, and last year in 2023, they won the global first prize in a US-based competition called the Better World Project. And they won the first prize with a record number of votes for a device which treats neurodegenerative diseases through ultra-high frequency or ultra-low frequency waves, completely designed and manufactured and put through clinical trials by 3 students and 2 faculty members of NUST. Imagine the brilliance of these kids. 3 brothers, one after the other on need-based scholarship, have right now founded the most successful startup of NUST, the National Science and Technology Park, called Viro. So if anybody has a chance ever to visit NUST, please go to their office and just see the amazing office that they've built. Now they are expanded to maybe 3-4 locations. Google has put mentors from Singapore on them because apparently that's one of the first steps of acquisition. 3 kids, 3 brothers, need-based scholarship, right now a startup valued at over $300 million, only in 3 years. And we already heard a success story of our LearnoBot startup, and there are so many others. So if you're ever feeling down about what's happening, just come over to NSTP and look at these young startups, and your morale and your motivation will go sky high. Every single one of those kids is doing wonders. I believe half of them, if they were placed outside of Pakistan and maybe in the Silicon Valley or in the European startup ecosystem, would be millionaires right now. That's how good their ideas are. And I'm very sure that they will be reaching those stages even from our platforms, alhamdulillah, because we do have a lot of good things happening from the government. You heard some things coming from the Higher Education Commission, Ministry of IT. A lot of good things happen. Unfortunately, we don't find out about the results as much on our news channels. So last year, the Director General of the World IP Office reached out to us. We had a process of being audited by the World IP Office because the general perception was Pakistan has no IP infrastructure or Pakistan has no enforcement laws, or when we actually do have all of these. The World IP Office connected with us, and after about 6 months of auditing us, they not only partnered with us, the DG WIPO was our keynote speaker on an event, their deputy DG came for another event later on, but they also invited the NUST director for commercialization and IP to their global summit. Now the global summit is something special. They meet every year. They have regional heads of organizations, etc., come and sit with them. and they make the plan for the next year. Last year, South Asia was represented by our director from NUST. Not Pakistan, South Asia, including India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and all these countries. The representation in the World IP office was from Pakistan. That's something to be proud of. So where does that take us in terms of the future? When you look at these young people, trust me, there's no dearth of talent. I think all of us, when we look at ourselves and look at our children, you don't see any reason for them not to be able to perform at any level at the world. In fact, any Pakistani who's gone abroad and performed in any organization has done remarkably well. So we've proven our talent. Inside the country, we have done things. Outside the country, our people have done things to be proud of. So there's no dearth of talent. There are enough systematic opportunities available that, if used, can turn anything into gold. And I see those things happening in many universities and many organizations where, in my heart, trust me, I have no doubt 5 years down the road, Pakistan will be a very, very different place because of all these people who are working in tech right now, these young people. They're not listening to all the problems. They're looking at the opportunities and creating businesses and companies out of thin air and succeeding. The opportunity today is because of the current culture of, or the current growth of artificial intelligence. The opportunity for us is because of generative AI. The opportunity for us is because of the availability of these digital tools which have suddenly brought the world's capability to your doorstep. In generative AI, we are as good or as bad as any country in the world. In the US, they're also trying to figure out what to do with generative AI. We are also trying to figure out what to do with generative AI. Our capability is good enough that if you open Meta's page, Meta's AI page, you will find out that they have listed 23 partners. And the National Center of Artificial Intelligence of Pakistan is one of those 23 partners of Meta. So therefore, you have the capability, you have these programs available to you to use, and therefore, there's no reason that we should be looking at the problems and not looking at the successes. So, before I go on for the next 30 minutes, are we inspired yet? Still not inspired. All right. So some people are ready for lunch. The others, I think you guys can go and I'll keep the rest of them. All right. So just a couple of minutes more. And I do hope that, including myself, we all go for lunch afterwards. But I have been told there's another speaker, so I'm sorry. All right. So last year, we received an invitation from the government of Brazil. And the Ministry of Education of Brazil asked NUST, Rector NUST, to come over to attend what they call the Congress of Federal Universities. So 60 universities, the federal universities of Brazil, get together in their capital, and they have a session with the Ministry of Education, and they invited NUST to come and present our model to them, because those universities which are 100 to 200 years old are all ranked lower than NUST, which is 30 years old. So they wanted us to come and tell us. It was a matter of so much pride as a Pakistani to be able to stand in front of a government organization of another country as the expert in something and to tell them how to go about doing it. Also last year, the Turkish presidency invited NUST. We had about 3 odd months of interaction after that. And the Turkish presidency Office of Human Resource gave NUST the access to their government job portal. So now the graduates of NUST can apply directly to Turkish government jobs. That's the level of the demand for our kids. So I will keep talking about all of these, but what does the world say about it? The QS World Ranking ranks all the universities of the world, and it's one of the tougher rankings. So the highest ranking that NUST has is employer reputation. We are ranked 98th in the world, which means we are in the top 100 universities of the world in employer reputation. That's the quality of your Pakistani kids coming out of a good education system. With all of this, with employer reputation, our kids get good jobs all the last year. Again, I'm sorry, I'm going to be talking a little bit about last year because a lot of things happened. The Japanese ambassador came to us. And the Japanese ambassador, a lot of ambassadors come to NUST and the other universities. They do these visits. So the ambassador came, we gave him the regular tour. And at the end, he said that to the rector, that Mr. Rector, I have a point to make. I have been asked by the Japanese government to establish a recruitment center in your university because we need about 5,000 engineers every year from Pakistan in certain fields that he was talking about. And in that, he gave us some analysis. Now, the Japanese do their homework very, very well. So he gave us some analysis and numbers that actually we did not know even about our own systems. And his basic point was that when we looked at the whole of Asia, we found that the number and the quality of people available, Pakistan is among the top 3 countries that we have to tap into, and we need to recruit your kids. So as a result, now in our university, we have 4 recruitment centers, one set up by the Japanese, one set up by the Americans, one set up by the Chinese, and now one set up by the Brazilians. Imagine a place where 4 countries are battling to get your graduates. So this is the quality of kids that you have. And finally, with all of this, our Science and Technology Park, one of the first multidisciplinary science and technology parks in academia, definitely, and in the country, is one of the few places in the country where there are international companies on a waiting list waiting for a space to open up so that they can come and join it. Imagine what quality must be there for them to be giving us rent money, to be leasing out space from us just for the privilege of sitting inside one of your Pakistani universities. Imagine what the quality must be. So when you look at all of this, all I can see is inspiration. All I can see is positivity. And I have told this to a couple of government officials. You don't have to do anything. Just get out of the way of these kids, and they will solve all the problems of Pakistan on their own. All we can do, sitting here today, is support these youngsters, support your educational institutions, whether they be schools or universities, and trust in the capability of your young people. When we were young, when my generation was young, I was younger, I still believe that I'm not old. So when we were young, we believed we could do anything. Why should it be different for the kids today? There has been a lot of money spent, a lot of effort spent to take away this confidence from us, from our young people. It is us with the gray hairs and a lot of the people sitting here who are in those leadership positions and those influence positions to give back that confidence to your youngsters, to give that confidence back to your own companies and leaderships and to your own selves. There is nothing that Pakistanis cannot do. We have proven this over and over again. Why do we suddenly start believing that we can't do anything today? All we have to do is support these young people. Luckily, divine help, we have a lot of young people. These are our potential, these are our capability, and if you give them a little bit of opportunity, they turn anything to gold. So I ask you in the end, please support any youngster that you find in any educational pursuit, because that is the only way forward. That is the only future that we have. We have created enough problems. These guys, I have the solutions. They need your support. So I hope that you're inspired enough to come and help us and other institutional mechanisms where we are giving these youngsters the chance. I hope that you have time to come and visit. If you have not seen NUST, and if you have not seen NSTP, or if you have not seen the National Incubation Centers or any of these wonderful institutes doing great work for the young people, please do. It is actually a very, very morale-boosting experience when you come to these places and see the energy and the positivity of these young people. So believe in yourselves, believe in the partnerships that we create with people like InnoXera and these organizations like Microsoft and Google's, who are coming all over Pakistan because they see the potential. We have to see this potential and believe in ourselves. Support us, support these young people, and make Pakistan the great country that it is destined to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rizwan, for that inspiring speech indeed. And of course, there is so much that we can do together with our higher education institutes, and what NUST has already been doing is something that other institutes can also do and have been doing in their own capacities as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very, very close to lunch, but we still have one more speaker, so I'm glad that we're all very, very patient. It's good for your appetite that you'll be able to have a wonderful lunch. And there's also some very unique surprises after lunch as well. So those of you who are going to have lunch and are thinking of stepping out, don't. We have great stuff your way after the lunch as well. But the speaker, of course, that's coming, and the hardest job, of course, before lunch would be for him to do so. But he's going to talk about something very important, and that is expanding the boundaries of learning with AI in education, something, of course, that's an integral part of our future. Indeed, it is already here. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite, as a keynote speaker, Mr. Gibran Jamshed, who's the Country Principal Officer and Regional Education Lead at Microsoft. Please welcome Mr. Gibran.
Assalamu alaikum ji. Thank you, Tameen, for putting me on the spot. This is the first time in my 20 years of career I'm experiencing how it feels like to be the last person between the audience and the lunch. I would just take 10 minutes and promise we will close the discussion. I wanted to have some dialogue on the role of AI in education. But before that, I wanted to check the pulse of the audience. How are you feeling today? I'm sure there are a lot of people who are feeling hungry, but then on the same hand, there was a lot of exciting content which was shared. And I'm sure there are a lot of people who are feeling valued and motivated. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving from 4th industrial revolution to 5th industrial revolution. And 5th industrial revolution is all about humans and machines working together. Compassion, empathy, social bond, well-being, I think this is at the heart of 5th industrial revolution. And I know there are a lot of teachers sitting in the room. The purpose I shared this slide was that when you are going into your class, you can use a small application called reflect.ms. So what it does is, I know this is integrated with Classera and this is integrated with Teams. Reflect application करता क्या है? So अभी हमने video देखी सुबह, students were engaging in the classroom, and this is how, as a teacher, first you get the pulse of the students in the class, and then you play and then you plan your day accordingly. Because अगर आपको एक pulse का नहीं पता, then it's a big challenge for you. Because the school life for students is an emotional roller coaster ride. And it not only gives you pulse of the class, but specifically जो students हैं, individual students की भी आपको pulse पता चलती है, and you can track that week over week, month over month. So first try to understand the audience, and then I think you open up your learning management system and digital classroom and the books and the e-books. That's the first thing I quickly wanted to share. AI in education, I think I don't need to sell that idea. Last year, when we were having the same conference at NUST, I was trying to advocate what AI can do in education. Today, all the speakers are literally talking about the use cases coming out of it. And I think these stats are also evident. The way adoption is happening on a massive rate. So it's no-brainer. And I think adopting the futuristic technology of 5th industrial revolution, where humans and machines, they intend to dance together in the future, that is very prominent. Because वो organizations जिन्होंने कभी technology को acquire नहीं किया और transform नहीं हुई, they are eliminated out from the competition. So if somebody wants to remain intact, whatever business vertical is that, they must acquire the right technology and they must transform. And AI is definitely the big bets coming out of it. What we do at Microsoft, I don't need to introduce the company or the work we are doing. This room is full of Microsoft customers, partner, alumni, and different stakeholders, right? Many of you know what we do. But when it comes to AI, Microsoft, in our partnership with OpenAI, we really believe in three things: meaningful innovation, empowering people, and the responsible use of AI. And how do we do it, right? And in the next 5 minutes, I want to set the stage and share a few things, a few interventions, which we have done in the AI world as Microsoft in the edtech space. 3 things you can do using AI. You can enhance the learning process through already pre-built learning accelerators जो Microsoft ने बनाए हुए हैं. The other is you can use Copilot for Education, which is something like ChatGPT for education. And it's a large language model-based conversational agent which helps you do a lot of things, and we will look into it. And last is you can build your own Copilots. These are the 3 things. Well-being की हमने बात की, reflect की बात की. So that accelerator is already built in, right? And I already shared the use case. There are many other accelerators which are built into it. हम एक दो को discuss कर लेते हैं quickly in the interest of time. Learning losses के ऊपर बच्चे पढ़ नहीं सकते. Learning losses थे कोविड के बाद रिपोर्ट हुए हैं. Learning capability नहीं है. Teachers इतने नहीं हैं कि बच्चों की learning को जो है वो foster करें, enhance करें. And this is where this is an independent AI tutoring tool called Learning Progress, Reading Progress. And what Reading Progress is doing, student के साथ automatically engage हो रहा है. Student can create and generate a story on a certain level. उसके बाद जो student है वो story को जब पढ़ेगा, and eventually this tool will give the results to that student. अगर उसने गलतियाँ की हैं, the tool will ask students to re-practice the words. जो अच्छा किया है उसका feedback जाएगा, वो feedback teacher को भी जाएगा. Month over month, year over year, वो चीज़ evaluate होगी. इसी तरह से digital classroom का आपके पास tool है. So if you go ahead and a teacher creates an assignment for speaking progress, speaking skills के ऊपर, I'll go very fast on that one. Teacher goes, creates an assignment, student को practice करना है speaking skills का. Student gets the assignment, student opens the camera and starts recording the lecture or that assignment. Once this recording is done, it is submitted back to the teacher. Teacher को जब assignment submit हो गया, उसके बाद पूरी की पूरी जो automatic report है, how that student was delivering that particular speaking assignment, वो teacher के पास सारी की सारी report जो है सामने आ रही है, और उसके बाद month over month, week over week, year over year भी बच्चे की progress सामने आ रही है, और पूरे class की भी progress सामने आ रही है. And that's how the learning accelerator is enhancing the speaking skills. Mathematics की बहुत सारे बच्चे tuition लेते हैं. They go and they get third-party tuitions for mathematics because parents at home, they cannot contribute to complex mathematical skills. और यहाँ पे जो आपके पास math solver का tool है, it works like an AI assistant, it works like an AI tutor with the kids. This is the third accelerator which is there. A lot of kids today in the world are using this MathSolve learning accelerator to do and take a lot of coaching, take a lot of help, take a lot of guidance. So these are the learning accelerators which we have been developing very rapidly, which are part of our learning platform. Learning challenges, disabilities, when federal government passed a law, मुझे याद है, वसीम अजमल साहब से मेरी meeting हुई, the law was passed कि जी government would support dyslexic students. And my question was, how will it happen? So उसके लिए एक learning accelerator हमारे पास है, और not only about the dyslexic students, but there are 1 billion people in the world which have got certain learning challenges. They have got certain disabilities. There are multiple tools out there built into the platform. But this is just one tool. आप text देख रहे थे, मैं आपको दोबारा दिखाता हूँ. ये text है. इसको immersive reader ने इस format में transform कर दिया है कि if there is a dyslexic student, he or she can actually go and read the text without having this reading challenge. Today, you talk about Word, you talk about OneNote, you talk about Reading Coach, whatever tool coming from Microsoft PowerPoint you talk about, immersive reader is built into it. It is also another application of artificial intelligence. This is how we are pushing learning accelerators, which are directly contributing and benefiting the classroom. Copilot I spoke about in our partnership with Higher Education Commission. Copilot for Education is available to each and every university of the country There are almost 260 universities. Copilot for Education is available. It is available for students. It is available for teachers as well. And imagine the scenarios you can do, right, starting from assignments to lesson plans to seeking help for some classwork. And I'll just roll a small video around it. Sound, please. Do we have a sound? So let's roll the video again. It's a short video, but I think this is interesting. So ready? I've got two videos to show the power of Copilot into existing technology. वो मैं आपसे share करना चाह रहा हूँ. Very short videos. Can you play the video, if it's possible? Perfect. And then this comes with the commercial data protection as well, जो एक enterprise environment में मिलती है, वही education में मिलती है. And as I said earlier, this is available across all the universities in the country. The next video is also very interesting, जो कि Teams Microsoft का tool है. I'm sure you are using it. But imagine how AI and co-pilots are transforming the way you use Teams. Imagine a meeting happened over Microsoft Teams and you were not part of that meeting. A lecture happened over Microsoft Teams and you were not part of that lecture. तो अब Microsoft Teams किस तरह से आपका experience transform करेगा? This video will share on that one.
Imagine you have an appointment that could hopefully your weekly business review. What if you could do both? With Copilot, you can opt to follow a meeting. After the meeting ends, Copilot will summarize what you missed. You'll get a notification in Teams when the recap is ready. This recap will highlight content that was shared, summarize notes, and any action items for you or others whose names were mentioned. You see that one of your customers was discussed, and you want to learn more. You can ask Copilot clarifying questions, and it provides a detailed response. It can tell you why a certain decision was made, and gives you helpful context. You can even ask Copilot what other solutions were considered. And it provides citations from the transcript, so you can see where Copilot drew these conclusions. It's a huge time saver. So that was pretty, but the real magic of Copilot happens during a live meeting. Let's say you're in a meeting with your team. You can ask Copilot to summarize the meeting so far. You can see how it summarizes who said what points were made, and it's really capturing the spirit of the discussion. And as the meeting progresses, you can check in on where people stand. You can even ask Copilot what questions are unresolved. It's just amazing to see this happen in real time during a meeting.
And then the last bit is कि अगर आपके पास अपना data set है, you have got your own e-books, you have got your own learning management system, and you want to build a Copilot on top of it, and this is where you go to Microsoft Copilot Studio, a low-code, no-code environment in which you can build your own Copilot for your organizational use. Towards the end, I think let's take a look on some of the scenarios. I would not go into the details, but AI is everywhere. Right from engaging learners to fetching the class insights, to building personalized content, to gearing up students for the future-ready skills, creation and customization of content, unlocking the productivity, enhancing the support services. आप किसी भी कैंपस का, किसी भी स्कूल का, किसी भी कॉलेज का, किसी भी यूनिवर्सिटी का, आप कोई भी सिनेरियो मैप करेंगे, and if that software is not infused with a layer of AI or with a layer of a conversational agent for the audience, that software is already an obsolete software. I think all softwares are needed to be infused with AI, and this is a much bigger opportunity to also bring transformation in the teaching and learning process in the classrooms. While you apply AI, there's a lot of chance that you can go wrong as well. And this is a framework on how you can build a responsible AI approach. I would skip this slide, but just take a look. These are the founding principles of when you go ahead and you implement an AI in any organization in the world, you have to make sure it is secure, inclusive, accountable, transparent, fair, and reliable. You have to revolve around these principles before you go ahead and start doing any implementation. There are a lot of resources out there for teachers, for students, for schools, for organizations to go and learn and build their own roadmap. They are available at no cost to everyone. Towards the end, I just want to congratulate the organizers of this wonderful symposium. Both PDCL and Classera are our strategic partners in the region, and we take a lot of pride in this partnership. And I vividly remember 3 to 4 years ago, we were having discussions with Classera, how would they enter into the Pakistan market, but now they are there, they are widely being used, and now I think today we have a discussion, how would you enter into the Central Asian market? How would you expand further? So with this, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gibran, for that inciting talk. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time that we've all been waiting for quite some time now. We'll take a short lunch break, and we'll be back by 3 p.m. for our next session. Thank you. shortly. All our guests who are still outside the hall, you are requested to please settle down and take your seats inside the hall so that we may begin. Thank you. All guests outside the hall are requested to please enter the hall so that we may begin. We are going to be starting our next session shortly. All guests are requested to please enter the hall. Thank you. the future. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to invite our first speaker after the lunch and to talk about the very inspiring and important aspects with regards to innovation, particularly the Intel Skills for Initiative innovation, which is something that is extremely important for the future. The SFI initiative is something that we're all looking forward to hearing more about. And for that, I would like to invite the Director of Global Education Programs and Strategy at Intel, Mr. Luigi Pessina, to please come forward and share the wealth of experience and knowledge that he possesses.
Oh. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. It's very exciting to be here, and thanks to Classera for this great opportunity to be able to discuss about how to shape and transform education. And I'm Luigi. I'm coming from Germany. I'm Italian, and I'm part of our global education team driving education programs and strategy. And from an Intel point of view, we have been focusing on education for many, many years. 20 plus years where we are focusing on developing programs, initiatives, devices for students, for professors, and also working with our ecosystem to make sure that the solution, like the ones from Classera, are driving the best outcomes for the students. Today, I'll spend a couple of minutes about the education trends and then speak about skills for innovation and what it is all about. So we have been already touching quite a few of these themes earlier today, right? So artificial intelligence is shaping the way we live, the way we work. It's going to shape education in a big time, right? And we will have to be focused about how we are going to integrate that part. Metaverse, we have seen a great demo earlier today, and kids that have the opportunity to engage with virtual reality are way more focused on the use of technology and can learn much better. As I said, I'm from Italy, and imagine a kid that has the opportunity to learn about the ancient Rome, going into the Colosseum, going into the Pantheon, speaking with Caesar, right? So this type of experiences is what these type of technologies can enable. We have gamification of education. We have esports, which is really taking off quite a lot in the US, in Europe, in Asia. You have national leagues where kids have the opportunity to develop some new competencies that will be needed for the future, such as collaboration, teamwork, simulation strategy, right? So all of that can be acquired with this type of learning methods. And finally, the blended learning opportunities, learning online, going deep dive, it's all of great advantages for the students. Now, there are also some big transformations that are happening in the world of jobs, right? And this is a report from the World Economic Forum that is stating that by 2027, just in a couple of years from now, many jobs will disappear. And these are the more traditional jobs, right? So the administrative jobs, bank clerks, ticket office assistants, right? These jobs will be replaced by jobs that do not really exist today, such as sustainability specialist or data analyst or AI and machine learning specialist, right? So kids will have to learn skill sets, mindsets that they are not acquiring in the education system today. And you see here a list of top skills such as analytical thinking, creative thinking, social emotional skills that will have to be taught by educators in order to prepare the students for the future. And that's why, from an Intel point of view, we have created a couple of years ago a program called Intel Skills for Innovation, which is focused about developing these competencies and these skill sets that are critical for the future, starting from social emotional skills, mindsets like computational thinking, design thinking, skill sets such as AI, machine learning, modeling, simulation. Again, all of these are what kids would need for the future. The content is completely free. It is now available in Pakistan as well, thanks to Classera, that is bringing it together with its platform, and we are enabling teachers to have that content available for them at their fingertip. As of today, the program is live in 60 countries. Pakistan is in the map. We want to expand our engagement across the country as much as possible. We have more than 90,000 teachers that have already engaged with the content. And thanks to our ecosystem, our partners, we are bringing this content to the teachers, right? And in Pakistan, we had a great competition. Later, we will be awarding some of the teachers based on the great success stories that they've been able to create with Skills for Innovation. And it's going to be, again, an opportunity for them also to join our ambassador program and become ambassadors for this content for Pakistan. So I will invite them to be part of that initiative as we move forward. Now, I wanted to share what is included within Skills for Innovation. We have two main areas. So the first one is our professional development suite, where we have more than 90 hours of online, on-demand content. The teachers can access at their own pace, starting from level 1 content, where teachers would go more into how to use a computer, how to use a Word document, how to deliver a remote session, and then go into more advanced content from level 2 to level 4 on how to develop the competencies that kids would need for the future. The second main element of the platform is what we call starter packs. Starter packs are lessons plans that teachers can easily integrate into the curricula. We have more than 100 lessons plans, and teachers just go on the platform. They can download the teaching deck. They will have the lesson plan to be used into the classroom. They will have working files for the students to start integrating the technology and start developing these competencies that they will need for the future. Now, out of this content, we are also working with ecosystem partners to bring some new technologies around artificial intelligence or virtual reality. We are working with virtual labs like Labster to create some new technology, or with OEMs like Lenovo, like HP and others, to create some dedicated starter packs that are addressing the trends that are needed for the future. I wanted also to share a great achievement that we have been able to kick off earlier this year with Classera. This is our partnership with Alexo to translate all the Skills for Innovation content into Arabic language. It will be ready by the end of the year, so it's going to be accessible for the teachers in Pakistan as well. And potentially we can also discuss about some content to be translated into Urdu language as we move forward and the adoption grows into the country. So that's, again, great opportunity and collaboration with Classera. Finally, in terms of how we operate, and I had already a couple of very interesting discussions with some of you, we are working very closely with the institutions, with the ministries of education, to integrate the content into the learning platform, the professional development platforms of the nation. We also enable partners and training agencies in the countries to be providers of the Skills for Innovation training. Classera is one of the main providers, and you can access all the content from the Classera LMS today. We deliver trainings, we deliver webinars, and we deliver competitions. You will see some of the great results later, and we build up the ambassador community. So this is my last slide. I just wanted again to thank you for listening to that opportunity and engage with the Skills for Innovation content. Come speak with me, with the Classera team, if you want to learn more and bring that content to the teachers. Thank you.
Mr. Luigi, actually, I'd request you to please come back on stage, because we're going to be proceeding towards the award distribution for which you are required. And I'd also like the following to please join us on stage. We'd like to invite Mr. Al-Madni to please join us on stage for the award distribution, as well as Dr. Ehtisham Anwar, who's Secretary of Education, Punjab. And ladies and gentlemen, to announce the winner for the 2024 Innovative Teacher Competition, I'd like to invite Ms. Sara Al-Basuki, who is Global Partner Success Manager, to please come forward.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. And now we're announcing the winners of Intel competition. The first winner is Ms. Saba Said. Congratulations. Congratulations, Ms. Saba. The second winner is Ms. Humaira Arshad. Third winner is Ms. Kanwal Hassan. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it today, so Mr. Shoaib is going to receive it on her behalf. Congratulations for the winners. And one more special recognition for Mr. Luigi for Intel's support to our ceremony tonight. Thank you, Mr. Luigi. And thanks, Intel.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being part of this award distribution ceremony. And of course, it's wonderful to honor the 2024 Innovative Teacher Competition winners. And congratulations once again to everyone who has won. They've done a wonderful job and they have been selected through a rigorous process. And we're very happy that they're able to win this wonderful prize today and be part of the Intel competition. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not the only surprise that we have and not the only giveaways that we will be giving out today. Of course, there are many other awards that are also awaiting, but there is also something for our audience in general. So the guests in today's ceremony can do two things to win some fabulous prizes. And this is important, so listen up. What we have here is a selfie competition. You can take a selfie and you can put it up with the hashtag InnoXera24, and you can get a chance to win one of the 3 Samsung tablets that we are giving out. Another way to win this is to answer a couple of questions by scanning the QR code right behind me. And once you're able to do that, you will also get a chance to win these tablets. So don't miss out. Use your mobile phones to scan the code and to take a very nice and beautiful selfie at today's event and be part of the competition. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be moving to our last panel discussion of today's event, and this is something that is very, very important about thinking about future of education, and it's rethinking this future in order to enable us to think differently and to apply those mechanisms in a more appropriate manner in our schools and institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, this panel discussion named Rethinking Education for the Future will be moderated and will be discussed by a wonderful dynamic panel that will allow you to understand how exactly we can move forward from today's conference. I would now like to invite on stage our moderator, Mr. Zulfikar Kazalbash, who's Principal Consultant, e-Taaleem, and I'd like the following panelists to please join us on stage. Mr. Hassan Rizwan, founder and CEO, Sabak, Mr. Waleed Mushtaq, CEO of Roots International, and Mr. Sam Wilson, Project Director from Pakistan Foundation Learning Hub. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our moderator and panel session. Over to you, Mr. Zulfikar.
So, after lunch is always a very difficult assignment to get you all focused on what we are doing. But we believe that we are going to be talking about some exciting things here. The title of this, what do you call it, event? Activity is Rethinking Education for the Future in Pakistan with Digital Intervention in AI in Robotics. I'll start off with some opening remarks, and then we'll go to the questions. We'll go to the panelists for the questions. You see, public education in Pakistan is recognized globally as among the worst in the world. I mean, this is a fact. A third of the school-going population do not go to any school. The ones that go to public and low-cost private schools perform dismally in all international and domestic benchmarks, and more than 40% that go to free public schools actually take on paid tuition. So the question for everybody is, when we talk about the future of education, the critical question there is, should public education that is clearly not meeting the needs of the nation continue as is, or should it be reformed, transformed so that the children have skills that matter? Right? Big question. So the federal government commissioned the National Digital and Innovation in Education Strategy to investigate whether digital and innovation can provide a pathway to transformation. Right? It resulted in a virtual learning framework implementation guide which leveraged learning from more than 5 years of pilots in FDE. FDE is Federal Director of Education, our school system, as well as extensive consultations with Pakistan's top academia, research houses, and international donor community. It sets 3 major goals for upgrading Pakistan's public education system so it becomes globally competitive. The first goal is to achieve 21st century education. What it means? I mean, it means collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, all of that stuff that typically you associate with 21st century education. But when we talk about schools, we have to figure out what we are talking about in primary, middle, and secondary, higher secondary. So in the primary, the focus is on improving foundation learning. Children acquire basic language and math skills they need to start lifelong learning, progress their learning through a combination of in-school as well as out-of-school learning. To accomplish this, federal government will reduce curriculum, increase smart classroom deployments, and focus on providing a more enabling environment to children of public schools by investing in their nutrition and transportation requirements, for example, through collaborations with NGOs and foundations. This has never been done before. We are doing it for the first time, right? So In the middle, we'll introduce project-based and inquiry-based learning and eliminate rote learning, provide STEAM, computer science, entrepreneurship, environment literacy trainings that enable the building up of skills in the middle years. And secondary and higher secondary will be focused on developing skills portfolio and connectivity to employment. Invest in new trainings that are focused on the outcome that graduates should be able to work in the global economy, not just domestic. The second goal is that of digital literacy. In the primary, people graduate with digital literacy, which really means learning to use virtual education, AI-based LMS learning, that's what it is, as a core component of education. Imagine every child in Pakistan being able to do that. In the middle, you experience digital empowerment. This is learning to design and build things, how to code, be proficient with design thinkings and robotics, technologies like robotics. Imagine every public student being able to do that. And in secondary and higher secondary, children emerge as digital citizens with soft and hard skills that make them valuable in the global economy, not just in Pakistan, and the making of the Pakistan education brand, right? And finally, the third goal is the evolution of quality. It is tied around governance and performance orientation of the public education system. The government has invested in a digital infrastructure of smart classrooms and AI-based LMS which provides learning data on demand. It will partner with the edtech industry who will provide the tools, capacity, and program management expertise required to achieve improvements in outcome and impact of the education provided. Their financial compensation is tied to achieving these outcome and impact improvements. It will also partner with leading academia to ensure that pedagogical practices, standards of quality, and capacity trainings evolve with their support. Currently, this strategy is ready to be implemented in FDE. Thereafter, will be offered to the provinces. Ultimately, the infrastructure of LMS and smart classrooms already deployed is a game changer. It will provide the government the ability to benchmark the learning occurring in the system and design and deploy data-driven programs to improve it every year. So what is the way forward? What already has emerged from these early pilot deployments is that addressing the huge out-of-school children population through an accelerated physical school strategy alone is simply too expensive and not doable at current investment levels. What we can spend on education is constrained by our GDP. Pakistan spends about $200 a student. The US spends more than $6,000. For Pakistan's public education to be globally competitive, it has to be innovative and progressive. With access to digital education for the first time, administrators and educators can research if learning is better with 100 students in a class for 5 days a week or 25 students in a class only 2-3 days a week. This has huge ramifications for the future of Pakistan. So with this short intro, very short, I will introduce the panelists and ask them for their valuable questions. So I'll start with Sam. Sam has been with the Ministry of Federal Education and Professional Training for about 3 years now, right, Sam? He is an education strategist as well as a project director now. He is heading the foundation learning project for the ministry, and previously he has worked on developing the national digital learning strategy for us. So Sam, my question for you is, Foundation Learning Hub is working with the government of Pakistan. What are the hub activities and strategies that will have a difference and show outcome and impact? What are realistic expectations in improving in the quality of learning in the near, mid, and long term? And while you're sort of commenting on that, you may also touch on the fact that you also played a key role in the national distance learning strategy. And based on the research you did for that effort, in your opinion, what would be needed to make distance learning a core component of every child's education? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Zulfikar. Hi everyone, my name is Sam. As Zulfikar mentioned, I'm Project Director of the Pakistan Foundational Learning Hub, which is a unit within the Ministry of Federal Education. It's a great pleasure to be here, so thank you very much for the invitation. I've had the pleasure to work with ClassEra and the team over the last few years and have seen their work up close. So thank you so much for your partnership and for the invitation. I'd like to just briefly focus on the learning crisis and the challenges itself before talking a little bit more about what the Foundational Learning Hub is doing and potentially the role of technology in addressing some of these challenges. But just to start with a sort of brief anecdote, about 6 months ago, I traveled all the way through Pakistan. So I went from Islamabad to Lahore and then drove all the way down to Karachi. And about halfway down, I stopped at a place called Bhong, in district Rohan, which is near Rahimia Khan. And when I was there, I had the pleasure of visiting something called the Indus Valley Hospital. And the Indus Valley Hospital, they took us in and they showed us a line of mothers waiting there with their young children. And every single child that their mother was holding was underweight, didn't have the nutritional value that they needed, and every single child was then going to struggle when they went further into school. And the reason I bring that up is because I sometimes struggle in a conference like this where we are talking about extremely kind of high-tech and innovative solutions to put that in the context of what seems to be the reality for the majority of children in Pakistan, which is really, really quite different. So just to put that in more sort of factual terms, 2 in 5 children in Pakistan are like those young children in the hospital. 2 in 5 of them will be stunted. And if a child's brain is 90% developed in their first 1,000 days, that means that those children right from the start are not going to be able to learn properly in school. So that's part of the reality of what we're dealing with. And if we're looking for solutions that focus on technology, I think those solutions have to acknowledge and be based in the fundamental reality of some of those disadvantages across the country. In terms of foundational learning, how that reality comes in is that, as I said, those children who are disadvantaged from the start are struggling to learn in school. But at the Foundational Learning Hub, what we're trying to do is research some of the other reasons why those children aren't learning. And to be honest, a lot of them focus on what's going on actually inside the classroom. This is things like, what is the pedagogy that teachers are teaching? What is the burden of the curriculum? Recent research says that children are on average at least 2 grades behind their actual grade level. So again, acknowledging these sort of core educational problems before reaching for a solution is, I think, really, really important. Just for your final point, Zulfikar, what about the potential of education technology? Again, I think it needs to be fundamentally based in the reality of children's experiences. So I think Sana Issa is here somewhere, and the World Bank and various others recently did a survey, or produced, sorry, a report based on a survey of technology use in the pandemic. And the technology use was incredibly low in the pandemic. Smartphone usage for educational purposes in urban areas was 7% by children. It was 3% in rural areas. And again, the survey also found that boys are 3 times more likely than girls to actually have access to a smartphone at home. So again, whatever solution that we reach for has to be based in the fundamental realities, which are that it's an incredibly difficult and challenging environment for children, particularly marginalized children, to have access to technology at all. And just to finally end on a slightly more positive note, because I'm always kind of criticized for highlighting the problems and never finding the solutions, which I know Hassan has heard me do on many an occasion. I do actually think that technology can have a really fundamentally important role in Pakistan, partly because of scale. The challenge is so large and the number of children out of school is so large that simply getting them all back into a classroom seems like a really big hill to climb. And I think there are examples of technology being really well used when it's integrated in existing education programs. Just to take one example, the targeted instruction program that the ministry has recently trialed in ICT was a program for remedial catch-up learning for 40 days, and it was tried on 91,000 students all across Islamabad. It included workbooks for teachers. It included coaching for teachers. It included a technology-based tool that gave guidance to teachers. And that program has seen at least an improvement in about 2 months of extra learning for all children, and 3 months of extra learning for those children who are most behind from the start. So it's not like I'm saying that technology in and of itself has no value in education, but it simply needs to be tied to an existing educational intervention and not simply produced as a catch-all solution to all of our problems. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So, Sam, thank you very much for those comments. Hassan, I will go on to you next. Let me introduce Hassan. Hassan is the president of ILM Association, which is the Association of EdTech Enterprises in Pakistan. It is the largest such group and includes all the important EdTech players in Pakistan. He is also CEO of an export-oriented animation and gamified content company. So what I would like to ask you is, Hassan, NDS is quite ambitious. It requires the EdTech industry to become more than a technology and solution provider, but into implementation and take on risks of meeting outcome and impact. Also, it encourages them to pitch their solutions to international and domestic donors and NGOs and open doors for collaborations on meeting SDG 4 commitments. So I'd like to ask you 2 questions, given we are shortage of time, so you can answer them together. First question is, what is the roadmap for education content? Where does animation make sense? What is the future of AI and gaming and robotics in a country like Pakistan? Where can the funding come from, the R&D needed if this is developed locally? Big question. Secondly, can private sector meet the challenge? There is a lot of high tech needed, AI and all sorts of new tech. You need experts in changing classroom practice, capacity for active research, ability to identify and pitch competitively to international donors looking for innovation and technology, looking to support innovation and technology optimization. Can Pakistan really do this without strong international collaborations? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zulfikar. So 2 questions and a comment. I think I'd start off with what private sector can do. Do we have the capacity to do it all alone, or do we need international collaboration? I think today's event is a wonderful example of a very positive international collaboration between an international company and a local entity and so many other local organizations. In this global age of international collaboration, I think it's no organization should feel they can do everything on their own. It's always good to connect, collaborate, share resources, and bring in expertise where you have expertise, and then collaborate with others where you feel that they can add value. But just to sort of look at the overall space in this emergence of AI and robotics, I think when I was very, very young in the 90s, we, as a nation, we felt that, maybe we missed the Industrial Revolution because we couldn't set up metallurgy and big industries and factories. But, when we have the internet, we're going to crack it this time. That came and went. Then came the mobile phones, and we said, okay, this time around 3G, 4G smartphones, we're really going to catch up. Now YouTube is available, data is so free, everybody's going to be able to learn, and we still have more kids out of school than we had 4 years ago. So it seems like that train is passing, and now we are on the verge of artificial intelligence and robotics. And I think the sentiment is the same as Sam shares, that, talking about these high-tech emerging fields may not be the right conversation starter when you have stunted children in hospitals in rural areas. So it's a very difficult conversation to have. You obviously want to be hopeful and optimistic, and you want to feel that you can compete with the world and have ambition. At the same time, there is a lot of drag that pulls you back. So it's a difficult conversation to have. And I do understand that expecting every child to have access to devices may not be a dream that we can fulfill immediately. But I think there are three key fundamental areas where private sector can play a very important role. And the first one is helping and working with the government sector and private sector to build digital citizenship curriculum and digital citizenship and digital literacy content, because all of the kids of Generation Alpha, kids who were born about 10 years ago, they are growing up with mobile phones in their hands, but not in a structured manner. Today's child gets a mobile phone because the mom or the dad want to give them some time to themselves so they can have their own personal space. But that's not the right approach, because the kids are learning in a very unstructured manner. They're watching videos on YouTube, whatever comes on their feed, they get to watch it. Maybe they're ready for that content or not. So we need to teach those kids about digital safety, about digital security, about digital rights, about digital identity, and about digital money, because these kids will grow up in that financial system where they may have crypto or digital currencies on their mobile phones. And the second thing is, I think, as we have this emergence of AI and robotics, and everything that happens in the digital space will be demonetized. Today, we are employing digital and AI agents and chatbots on our WhatsApp and otherwise. But soon, these AI bots will be hiring human beings to do work for their owners. So you might have an AI chatbot agent hiring someone to go provide home care service to an elderly. You know, we have medical services that are improving. People will live longer than 90 years of age. So there'll be a lot of human-to-human connection that will emerge over the next 5 to 10 years. And I think we need to teach these kids empathy, communication, critical thinking, working with other people, collaboration, teamwork. Those skills will be more important than coding and skills that we consider today very, very important, like, remembering facts, rote learning, and things like that. And finally, I think building resilience, building grit is going to be super important for Generation Alpha, because these kids will grow up in an age, in a world that will go through lots and lots of ups and downs, very dramatic changes, transformative changes, and they will need to be able to cope up with those changes. So they need to be able to survive, they need to be resilient, they need to build grit, and I think we need to find those ideas and bring them into the classroom. And if private sector can develop content, teaching practices, lesson plans, and then integrate in a smart way with existing technology, LMSs and platforms like InnoXera, I think that could be a wonderful win-win combination.
So, in last but not the least, I would like to introduce you to Mr. Waleed Mushtaq. He is the CEO of a very successful private school chain called Roots in Pakistan, and frequent contributor to the national policy on education, very familiar with the world of education, at least for the last, how many years? 20 years?
35 years.
35 years. So, so he needs no introduction. But Waleed, my question to you, as you well know, there are almost 30 million out-of-school children, of which 80% have never been to school, and 77% of them are based in the rural areas, right? This number has been increasing every year since 2013. I think it was 5 million in 2013, if I remember the PBS numbers. Both the government and the private sector have not been able to keep up with the demand, right? That's obvious, right? So my question, I have two questions for you. Again, because of shortage of time, I'm going to ask you two questions, and you can respond to them. You run a very successful school chain that produces, private school chain that produces excellent results every year, right? Results of Roots are well known. But in public schools and low-cost private schools, 40% of public students use tuition. So that means students are not learning in the classroom. How can the learning of your school system be applied to the lower fee segments, schools, right? Whether they are public or low-cost private. See, why can't they get these results? What's missing? Since you have sort of been at it for 35 years, we would like to know about your perspective. So that's question number one. The second question is, why has private sector franchises and other solutions not been able to keep up
with the increasing demand, right? This is more the Walid, the strategy person, right? In reality, McDonald's, which created the fast food market globally, is a real estate company, right? That's what it works on. Why are there so few school-in-a-box franchise models being deployed in the market, where you pick up young, people, train them how to manage schools, and give them a model to franchise? That seems to be an obvious solution, right? There's no employment. These things should really work. What can the government do to accelerate this investment in market development of such kind of options for employment as well as value creation? Thank you.
Thank you, Zulfikar. I think very comprehensively put forward. Thank you for being here, all of you. I think it's important and relevant that we've all gathered here primarily to talk about education, more than anything else, digital education, digital literacy. I think the country needs that, and Pakistan, we need to talk about it and make its relevance, make its significance held, delivered, executed all across the country. Important aspect, I mean, it is a dilemma. Out-of-school children in Pakistan, the numbers rising. 2 years of COVID impact, I think, escalated the number of school dropouts, inaccessible to the mainstream education. But I believe that I think this dilemma is no further than one's ambitions and goals, and clearly in terms of organization's eyes on what we achieve in terms of education, creativity, in terms of its relevance and accessibility and its equity for children coming from various backgrounds, from every community, far-flung areas, from the urban areas and the communities, and semi-urban come rural areas whereby we serve. I mean, there seems to be a challenge. And why this disparity? I think the delivery standards, as my earlier colleagues have mentioned, that education in 21st century is not about contextual form. It's not about books, assessments, and examinations and evaluations, and then results. So education has to be, adapted, glorified, related, correlated, debated about through performing arts, through engagement, through negotiation skills, through social skills, through critical learning abilities amongst children. So that social adaptability of a child in that learning atmosphere, so the comfort factor for those kids in those communities, in those rural population, the awareness mindset, I mean, that really needs to be disrupted here. And I think that there could not be any better tool than digital transformation with the generative AI, with tech-enabled platforms, which can really play a strategic role, I mean, as far as those out-of-school children are concerned. And primarily, as a Pakistani key stakeholder, I mean, we coming at forums and conferences and whereby wherever our students, alumni, personally, wherever we are representing Pakistan at a global stage, our alumni, our student population, our teachers, today's ceremony which marked Intel recognition, all those bright and creative initiatives, at the end of the day, I think the onus is on to us to come together and to put our energy. But there are certain underlying challenges which, I mean, have to be run in by virtue of digital connectivity. As Zulfikar, you mentioned that the first pilot project in 430 schools in the federal territory, and I believe that you're the digital author and the digital guru, for the government's transformation on the EdTech philosophy and policy. And I believe that if that continues being the strength with ClassRA's and PTCL's engagement from the federal territory of schools and how it is scaled to all the provinces, and primarily extend our outreach to those rural areas. Generally, the K-12 number in private as well as public sectors is divided. It's 45 and 55%. Punjab being the highest populous province of the country, that's how the student enrollment numbers are varying in terms of its percentage. So I believe that, of course, and those private schools as well, operating in rural areas, standards of engagement from the tutorial-driven, from a tuition-driven, instruction-driven mindset of teachers, of textbook-driven culture in those schools. It needs to be revitalized, re-energized, and re-channelized, whereby, I mean, you know, the classrooms of today have to be made interesting, have to be made like storytelling. You have to encourage the skills like negotiations, like life skills, like financial digital skills, like social skills, creative abilities amongst children. And that needs, I think if those lessons are taught by virtue of engagement and brainstorming and discussions, a lot can change in our society. You know, and this, I think, and the moral and social responsibility of doing that is onto all of us. For us as a key private stakeholder, we've gone out of the box every time, you know, to advocate and to advise on the changes, enrichment at the single national curriculum, policy formats, evaluations, you know, from the matricular stream to the higher secondary school certificate of education. So, I mean, so we've always been there, you know, in tandem with the public policy level. But of course, you're pretty much familiar that the underlying challenges. There's a huge population demographic in Pakistan. Our population is increasing over 2.6%, as mentioned in the new Fitch report, I think, which makes us that we'll be maybe reaching about crossing 400 million people, out of which 70%, over 70% is a young, youthful population in Pakistan. I mean, so clearly with the demography which we have, it is a population explosion which is underlying. I mean, and considering the number of children and from the graduates, employability, engagement, careers, relatability in real life. So at the end of the day, you know, education is not only about textbook empowerment and the number of students and children enrolled in schools. Later on, it supplements character building. Later on, it supplements career choices, reflection, attainment, progression. The global companies and qualification partners and exam bodies, they're also evaluating primarily by virtue of the attainment of and progression of those students. Zulfikar, your second question was primarily about, you know, of course, moving away from the brick and mortar model of, you know, and then scaling education by the private sector. So I believe, yes, there are quality barriers, quality delivery, innovation barriers. And I personally feel that, I mean, you know, as an organization, let's say as a group, if we are empowering somewhere close to about 50,000 children all across Pakistan in over 30 cities, I mean, we can do so much, but of course that can eventually emulate and replicate and have an impact in hundreds of thousands of households and communities, and all of us collectively, for my panelists on the stage and the think tanks and education stakeholders, the tech companies, public policy researchers, analysts. I think we all need to come together and need to realize that this education transformation is has to be undertaken with an emergency pace. We need to realign our goals and objectives and use the tech solutions to scale, to innovate. As a test case model, over the last 3-4 years, every year we have scaled our, as a private sector organization, scale the assessments, evaluations, cognitive development, the core elements of brick and mortar pedagogy is being transpired and delivered through our learning management systems, through our evaluations, assessment, digital connectivity. So it has a huge impact. You can really lower your, the human hours, lower your cost of operations in an extremely competitively and an extremely disruptive digital world, that the students, they can have free information to content on YouTube, on many other digital channels, but that content can mislead students in terms of their attainment targets. So, I mean, it requires a lot of alignment, a very careful progression by education, think tanks, thinkers, practitioners, teachers, learners, equally. I mean, if the teachers and mentors and practitioners have gone to schools and graduated good about 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and will continue in a similar brick and mortar approach, not embrace technology tools, not embrace digital accessibility, and not to relate the real life elements of teaching and learning, perhaps then that is also a faltering equation. So I think we all need to rise up to the challenge. All stakeholders need to come together.
Thank you very much. This has been a very interesting panel. I'd like to sum up by saying that for the first time, I know we've been struggling with this education reform problem for 70 years, but for the first time, and I'd like to disagree a little bit with Hassan, on the fact that yes,
we thought in the 1980s this would happen and the 2000 happens, but let's not give up, right? We have a new paradigm shift with LMS and AI that is fundamentally has the potential to change education in Pakistan. We can go to a system where we perhaps don't have to use physical facilities as much and kind of make education, sort of a virtual, physical hybrid model. That is the only way to satisfy, education to 100 million students. So we need to work on that, and we need partnerships with people like ClassEra, with Intel, and with Microsoft to work with us on this paradigm. That how do we transition from this colonial, physical school, factory-style school system into a hybrid, virtual, physical school system where, teachers and other members of the community become partners in education, but yet do all of this and provide quality education, which is measured again by data. So this is the challenge. We have a strategy called the National Digital and Innovation in Education Strategy. Please review it. Please collaborate with us. Let's see what we can do for this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That was indeed a wonderful panel session that we have. And of course, we still have more surprises and giveaways. And as was discussed in the panel session as well, and you saw earlier, as part of the summit, the eTalim project is something that has been very, very integral in putting forward the future of EdTech and e-learning. And this is important only because it was a successful collaboration between different stakeholders, and that is why it was possible. And this is something that we want to honor, and we want to make sure that those who are involved in the process are recognized, and that those who have come out from this project, benefiting from this project, are also recognized for their outstanding achievements. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to call on stage to present these awards Mr. Al-Madni to please come forward on stage. I'd like to invite Mr. Zarar Hasham from PTCL, and I'd like to invite Mr. Etasham Anwar, Secretary Education Punjab, to please come on stage. I'd also like to invite Ms. Sara Al-Dasuki and Mr. Ans Gilani to please come forward and announce the winners for the eTalim Awards.
First Sana, and then they should call them both as well.
Mr. Anjum, please, can you join us?
Ma'am Farah, please come on stage. Make half of the legs.
It's my privilege to represent ClassEra and our Partner Success Department. We're here to celebrate the exceptional achievements of our educators. It's truly inspiring to see this room filled with such accomplished individuals and esteemed guests as we mark this milestone in our journey together. Let's begin by honoring the most active teachers in implementing eTalim. The first prize for Best Teacher goes to Miss Shaista Yusuf. Miss Shaista, please.
Take half of the stage. Yeah, like this. You do.
Second prize goes to Miss Selma Nishad.
Guys, please put your hands together for them. They've worked very hard. We would like to request valuable members to please come down so that she could receive the award.
Next is Miss Nabila Fazal. Miss Nabila. Fifth winner is Miss Kumal Sadiq. Okay. Next category.
Okay, so we'll wait for someone to receive the award for Miss Komal Sadiq. Okay, so now we are moving towards the best focal person, the ones who were engaged with us throughout. So the first award goes to Miss Ghazala Fazaldad. And the next award goes to Ms. Komal Rashid from F81. Okay, and the next award goes to Miss Rubab Zafar from Gokina. No, still two more. Okay, the next award goes to Miss Salmi Noor from I81. So the next award goes to Mr. Khubaib Zia from G94. He was not able to make it, so we would like Mr. Asad from the implementation team to please come and receive the award.
The next category is implementation team. The first prize goes to Mr. Abu Bakr.
Go faster.
Let's go faster.
The next prize goes to Mr. Imran Akbar. The third implementation team winner is Ms. Faryal Fida Hussain.
Instead of Ms. Sabah Faisal, Ms. Shala will take it.
Ms. Shala will receive on Ms. Sabah's behalf.
Okay, so the next category is the most active principals from the schools. So the first award goes to Miss Sabah Faisal from F62.
You can see this.
And Miss Shala is going to receive the award as she was not able to make it.
The awards.
So the next award goes to Miss Saman from Gokina. And the next award goes to Mr. Fayaz from G94.
Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you for your marvelous efforts.
Should I go ahead and say this? So with the last award, I would like to say that we would really like to thank these focal persons and the principals, and especially Mr. Zia for being extremely supportive, and the implementation team. So
Can we ask her to come and take a picture?
So thank you so much. Most of these teachers and implementation people are with us from the day one since we started implementing. So I would like to say thank you so much. Keep doing the amazing job that you are doing, and thank you for making Pakistan proud. Okay, so Miss Salmi Noor is here. We would like her to come and G94.
So Miss Salma is here. Miss Salma, are you present? Okay.
So yeah, Miss Salmi is here. We would like her to take a picture. Give her the award so that she could take the picture.
Is it the last one?
Yeah, this is the last one.
I request you both to please keep standing on the stage as we have a couple more giveaways to give to all of those who have contributed to the e-Talim project. And of course, it is because of their contributions that it was possible for us to make sure that this was a success. Ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to invite Ms. Sana Isa, Consultant World Bank at the Ministry of Education and Professional Training. Next, I would like to invite the founder and CEO Sabak, Mr. Hassan Rizwan. Do we have Mr. Hassan Rizwan in the hall? All right, we'll move on now to the team from PTCL, of course, whose contributions are also extremely integral to this project. And we're going to start off with Mr. Malik Ashir, who's the project manager. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Raja Anwar, Manager Solutions Design and Delivery. Next, Mr. Saad Nasir, Senior Manager Products. And Ms. Tameen Sayed, Country Education Lead, Business Solutions. We have Mr. Hassan Rizwan in the hall now, founder and CEO, Sabak. I'd also like to request Engineer Muhammad Al-Madni to please give a token of appreciation to Mr. Zarar Khan for his outstanding contribution. Yes, yes, you are for now. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have very important partnership agreements that have to be signed today. And as discussed in the summit today, these partnerships, of course, are essential to making anything possible. And today we have two very important partnership agreements that are signed between different organizations to make sure that a discussion that has happened today just doesn't remain so and is actually turned into action, and so that we can actually take the step forward as we leave the summit today. Ladies and gentlemen, we will first start off between a partnership with Tower Tech and Classera, and for that I would like to invite on stage the founder and CEO, Engineer Muhammad Al-Madni from Classera, to please come forward to be part of the signing ceremony. And from Tower Tech, representing the CEO, Mr. Mudassir Farooq, I would like to invite Mr. Syed Shariar Abbas, who's the head of sales. I'd also like to invite on stage Mr. Shoaib Rafaqat and Mr. Mahmood Al-Gabri to please join and stand as part of this partnership agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be proceeding with the partnership agreement between Tower Tech and Classera by a symbolic hand gesture that will signify this very important partnership. I would like to request Mr. Al-Madni and Mr. Shariar Abbas to please solidify this partnership with a hand gesture.
You have two copies? Yes, sir. You got two copies? Yeah, we can use the pencil. I don't have a pen right now. So do we have a pen? Maybe we can call a pen. Let's do it. I have one. Alright. I'll put one in front of myself, and then the rest you can have in front of yourself. वो पीछे आए नहीं है। Thank you. So I think we can shake hands now. Yeah. Great, sir. Thank you. Good luck.
Congratulations, Classera and TowerTech, for this partnership. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Shake hand दोबारा कर।
Thank you very much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, our next partnership is going to be between PTCL and Subarco, and I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Zarar Khan to please come forward, and Mohammad Usman Sadiq, DG Technical, Subarco, to please come forward as well. I would also like to invite on stage Brigadier Amjad Ali and Mr. Shahid Rashid to please come forward and accompany.
दूसरी भी होगी मैंने आने का फायदा तो हो गया इसके बाद तो बस आइए इधर आ गई हमने आज सुबह सवेरे जो है ना वो आपका लीगल से बैठ कर आए हैं जो अब वो तो हम बगैर उसके साइन नहीं कर सकते हमने वीकेंड पे लीगल को चेंज करते हुए
Congratulations, PTCL and Subarco, for this partnership agreement.
Really, इसको इसको करते हैं ये भिजवा दीजिएगा आए आगे आए ना सर प्लीज
Thank you very much, everyone.
और इसको अब manifestation के लिए thank you so much. It was very short time.
a good suggestion from your side.
Yeah, Friday मिले हैं और आज MOU sign है. This is the first MOU. It goes to.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have not forgotten about what we have promised you as part of the InnoXera Summit. We will be giving away the prizes as announced. 3 Samsung tablets will be given to the winners of the selfie competition and the questions that you must have answered online. For that,
I would like to request Mr. Muhammad Al-Madni to please come on the stage and
and for being so active with us. We promised you small symbolic award for those who will be paying attention to our AI game that went through the whole event. The questions that you have received are automatically generated by the AI agent from the speakers automatically, and we have received so many responses, so many winners today, inshallah ta'ala. So we have 3 winners who will be announced today and will be receiving the Galaxy tablet.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, great. So please, the announce with you.
so we'll go with the first award that goes to Mr. Muhammad Umair with 41 points. And the next award goes to, so the second award goes to Mr. Khizar Nawa, and the third award goes to Mr. Rohail Aftab. Please come on the stage. दोनों दे दो बेटा.
thank you very much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the end of the summit, and I would like to request Engineer Muhammad Al-Madni to once again come on stage, as he is the chairman of the board in InnoXera, to come forward for his closing remarks.
Okay. Okay, everyone. Assalamu alaikum again, and it has been a wonderful, wonderful day with all of you in this wonderful event. We are really excited and glad that we came to the end of a very successful event. InnoXera in its version 2 in Pakistan is better than ever. It's comparable to all the InnoXeras that we have around the world in all the different countries. So I'm super excited about the sessions that we heard. A lot of great ideas, a lot of challenging ideas, and pushing the boundary of innovation, learning and hearing from all those different experts. Do a round of applause to all the audience who made it all the way until the end of the day. And before I close, I would love to do some, exciting announcement. I will take just for another, 55 minutes. People are like, what? No. It's just two announcements, I guess, or three announcements that we're going to conclude with. And we're very excited in Classera to announce in InnoXera that it is all about, supporting EdTech. Especially in emerging market. And as I said, Classera, yes, starting from Silicon Valley, but was focusing from day one in emerging markets. So we want, the EdTech community to flourish. So we have some big ideas that we can share here with the EdTech community and the people involved. And first, let's go, that, Classera is announcing the Learn Globe, the EdTech Hub, is actually going to be a unique venture builder for the EdTech companies, where we want to really be a venture building and a builder and an incubator for the unique EdTech companies that you can find, in emerging market and here in Pakistan. So all those, great EdTech companies in the going up, we try to give them all the experience that we can get, and link them to not just to local, but with the government schools and that we work with and all the different places in Pakistan. We want to link them with all the 40 plus countries that we work around, give them a chance. We want EdTech can make a very big impact on the world. That's what we believe in. So we want more EdTech companies to flourish. And we saw amazing entrepreneurs here. They just need, the right access, and they could be, going further. Another way to encourage EdTech as well, we're announcing that Classera is also having, for all the emerging market, the Knowledge Oasis Venture. It's the Classera EdTech Fund for investing in EdTech companies. And we're going to invest in Pakistan as well. So we want to encourage by all means, whether it's from the incubation part and this big company to take them further, or from, investments and trying to help them financially with some, with LPs who are very big in the EdTech industry and education industry in general. I guess we want to do our part. Whether it's, supporting this conference to make it, the shining light to discover what is new in EdTech and what is the boundaries and how we can take it to impact the people, encouraging companies, taking them all the way, investing in companies. I guess we have a big dream to make an impact in the world of education and training under the umbrella of learning. And I guess with that, next we can, conclude this. We can, there is a small video we can, take 30 seconds from and learn. But before I conclude with the video, I would love to thank everyone. And we are very optimistic about the future of education in Pakistan. We're not here, of course, yes, the conference is about EdTech, but at the end of the day, it's all about enhancing and developing education and learning. And technology is a mean. We just happen to believe that technology, if used the right way, if selected the right way, could be one of the fastest way. And we want to really flourish into that subject. Technology itself is not the goal, it's a mean, but we want to choose the best means so that we can get to the goal, which is let's have a much better education in all the countries, and here we're talking in Pakistan. Let's take it forward. It's the mother of all solutions, and I'm very optimistic that Pakistan will be not just a success story, it's going to be a role model in applying the best technologies, a role model in creating EdTech companies that will serve not just Pakistan, but the region and the world, and it's going to be a shining light in the region and to the world. Thank you very much, and thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the InnoXera Summit. It has been a great pleasure having you all in today's summit. And of course, we expect and hope to see a lot of work and collaboration in the future as well. That's it from InnoXera this year, but we'll be back next year with even better collaborations and a much bigger impact. Thank you, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, for being part of the discussion today. We can also have all the panelists and speakers once again at the front for a group photograph. I would like to request Mr. Al-Madni and the panelists and speakers, representatives from Classera, PTCL, the ministry and other stakeholders to please come forward for a group photograph. Can we have all the panelists and speakers, the Classera team, PTCL, or the organizers, everyone who contributed to e-Taaleem to be part of the group photograph, please? Can we have everyone as part of the organizing team, Classera, PTCL, the ministry, to please come forward for the group photograph? Thank you. The rest of the guests are welcome to step outside for tea and refreshments. It is the end of our summit. Thank you for joining us and have a good day.